is Josh Olson. I get to be your host, MC today, and I am more than excited to spend these next couple days with you. Can you guys all hear me okay? Give me a thumbs up if you can. Put your hands in the air if you can. Get some energy going if you can. We're going to do the best we can virtually to hang out with you, and the more energy you give me, the more I and Rachel will be able to give to you, and we're so excited that you've decided to spend these next few days with us. Real quick, like I said, I am Josh Olson. I get to hang out with you guys. If you guys want to follow me on Instagram, my Instagram is at @JRayOlson. You can hang out with me and my family there. And secret be told, I'm actually a DJ here in the cities, and my DJ company is Alive Studios MN. So you can follow that as well. They can throw that in the chat for you guys later, because it's not really about me today, but I wanted to share a little about myself with you as we all get to hang out today. Real quick, as you guys checked in, I want to make sure you guys know you guys are so loved and welcomed here. We know that you could be doing anything today, and you decide to spend these next few moments here with us. So thank you so much. We are so pumped to hang out with you. We want to give you guys a little bit of love too. So right now, to interact through this virtual world, I need y'all to give you a little pat yourself on the back, a little round of applause, give yourselves a little hug. You guys made it. You're here. This event would not be the same without you. And so we are truly thankful for you. And if you haven't noticed already, there's going to be a lot of energy going back and forth today. So whatever you guys feel comfortable enough to do, engage with us as much as possible. We want to spend these next few moments with you, share our lives with each other, and just have some fun. Is that okay? Can I get like a clap or like a thumbs up or whatever? I got screens all over this room so I get to see you guys. I always feel like Iron Man when I do these things, like inside the helmet. I'm just like seeing all these cool screens, hanging out with all you guys. This is really fun. We get to do fun things like this, so we're pumped to hang out with you. A couple of things, a couple of housekeeping things before we get going. First things first, we are pumped to hang out with you. We want to make sure we're sharing this energy with you guys, but we have a lot of things happening today, and we do not want you to miss out on all that. So make sure you have something to write with, something to write on, and most importantly, maybe the most important of all, some coffee, some water, some Red Bull, whatever you need to stay in tune and into what we have for you guys today, because I'm not gonna lie, there's gonna be so many cool things going on, and we want you to make sure you don't miss out on any single moment. All right, so take notes, take screenshots. There's gonna be moments throughout the day that Rachel's gonna be saying, hey, that's an aha moment. What are your ahas? If you've never heard of an aha moment, that means like, oh, whoa, I didn't think of it that way. Aha, light bulb. Write that down. We don't want you to forget those big things. There's gonna be moments of pieces of gold that are handed out to you guys. We want to make sure that you are taking all this and using this, because this event is for you. That's the whole point of this, and we're so glad that you guys are hanging out with us. Throughout the day, the next couple of days, we'll be having a few breaks, moments for you guys to write things down, share ahas, utilize the chat. If you see that right now, it's already been popping up. I get to see this chat right over here, and we get to dive in. So utilize that. Have fun with it. Engage with us. We love to see the energy through the virtual screens. But ladies and gentlemen, with all that said, I'm done talking. You ain't here to see me. You're here to see one of my favorite people in the whole world. And I need you to walk in right now. Would you all put your hands together for Rachel Pedersen for me one time? Put those hands together, clap through the screens. And as she comes in here, the last thing I want to say is, I'm not just here just because, you know, I'm here to host an MC. Rachel and I actually go way back. And I think her mic's on too, right? So we can talk for a sec?
Yeah.
Okay. Rachel and I literally go way back. Like, I don't know, well, if we had to pick what years, if we put a number.
I would say 11 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say over 10. So yeah, so it's been
years.
a long time. And guys, I love this woman. She is so cool, man. She is honestly one of my favorite people. Her mic's not on, it's coming on right now. But Rachel is one of my closest friends in this whole world. It has been so fun to do life with her and see her grow through her journey. Now it's on, so you gotta say hi. Hi. Yes. There we go. Good. Okay. Yes, I think so.
Yes.
I think we're good. They're saying hi.
Yes.
Yeah,
maybe
they're waving.
halfway, partially.
No, we got thumb down. Okay, we'll get that mic figured out before we get going.
We'll get this mic figured out while we go.
But anyway, they can still hear you. You can take my mic. I don't need it. I think you'll probably should. But ladies and gentlemen, again, we are so excited to hang out with you guys today. Rachel is seriously one of the realest, and you will see that and hear that as we hang out. And it's such a blessing and honor to be here with you guys. So I'm going to hand my mic over to Rachel. Let's have some fun. Let's go crazy, engage in the chat. And ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for Rachel Pedersen.
Yay, you guys, I'm so excited. Can you hear me now? How's that? Much better? Yay. I love to hear it. I love to see it. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is going to be an absolute blast. I'm so excited. Before we dive on in, who here was at the accelerator last week? Drop a yes. Raise your hands. I love seeing you guys, by the way. I see Terry. I see Sammy. I see Linda. I see Alyssa. Rich. Good to see you. Sarah. Maxine. It's so fun. Beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead. And do you guys remember what I shared about celebrations? What gets celebrated gets replicated. So let's go ahead and share our wins from last week. This is an important thing. Some people are super natural at celebrating all of their own wins. And I'm willing to bet that if you're here hanging out, it's a little bit of a challenge, right? It's something we got to get used to. It's a habit. It's a practice. I love this. Okay, I landed 2 new clients, had my first discovery call and sent my first proposal. A new client from posting on TikTok, more comfortable on multi-platforms, had my first customer from a TikTok. I was able to close a deal to increase my charge to a client. I posted a video every day. I've done videos every day, had 2 interviews this week. These are actually bigger than I even expected in just 5 days. I'm kind of like, holy moly, that is awesome. Made a content plan for a year, landed 2 new clients and raised my rates, posted 3x a day, increased my views to over 800 a video. Who here reached at least 1 person with video over the last week? Feel free to drop some of the wins in terms of views. And remember that every single view is a person. We live in a market, an industry that is so obsessed with views. Who here knows exactly what I'm talking about? And increasing views and more views and viral, and all those things are fine. But sometimes we lose sight of the fact that each view is a person. That's a pretty cool thing if you ask me. 1.9K, 1.4K, 1.6K. Oh my gosh, these are so great. Increase on subscribers, views, saves, and interactions across the board. Gained 200 new followers since last week, 5K. Reacted to, I'm not going to read that. Oh, that's so embarrassing. Newbie move. Completed the Dream 100 to clarify what problems to post about. One video had over 1,000 views. Feel free to drop the low view ones too. Those are wins too. When one of my videos does like 10x less than my other videos, I just remember that it's reaching a different group of people. It's probably reaching a small group of the right people. Who needed that aha today? I know many, many, many influencers with millions of followers who don't make bank. Has anyone ever heard about this before? In fact, almost every week, and I won't share any names, big influencers that all of us know are reaching out to me saying, I would like to learn how to make 6 figures. I don't know about you guys, but that's like a reminder that you can have videos that don't reach a lot of people that can reach the right people and grow your business. And you can have videos that reach millions of views that don't reach anyone to build. Kind of cool, right? Or reach millions, but none of the right people. Okay, so cool, you guys. All right. So as we dive on in, one of the big things I want to share with you is that success breeds success. Feel free to write that down. Success breeds success. Have you guys ever been in a room full of super negative people? Maybe it just happened over the holidays. Just kidding. But maybe for some of you, that is true, right? Have you ever been in a room full of just super negative people and you listen, and by the time you leave, you're like, wah, wah, about everything? It kind of makes you feel like down. You start to wonder. You don't want to talk about anything. You're not excited. But on the flip side, have you ever been with a group that leaves you feeling uplifted, excited, stoked, energized, motivated, inspired? Feel free to drop this in the chat. Success breeds success. It's part of the reason why we share wins. Anyone get motivated just seeing all of the wins from everybody? Anyone say like, wait, these are people doing this for real and having success? This makes me want to take action. 62 people watched it. I love that. Last week, it was only 8 people. That is so exciting. Success breeds success. So oftentimes I'm going to share and highlight wins or successes. And I want you guys to test this out. I want you to drop AHA when you see it. AHA, aha. Go ahead and test it real fast. When you see a win from somebody, drop aha, because it's anchoring in for you that not only is it possible, but it's possible for all of us, which is a pretty cool thing. You think so? I think so. Yes, good job, guys. All right, write this one down. Small hinges move big doors. One of my favorite lines. Small hinges move big doors. The reason I share this, I actually was talking to my husband, Paul, last night about this. And I said, I've noticed that when I post like 7 to 11 videos per day, I get the best success. But I don't want to because that's a lot of work. It's kind of like saying, I become my fittest when I run 6 miles a day. Well, that's great. But those are really big things, right? Who here recognizes that creating 11 videos per day would be a significant change to your everyday routine? That's a lot of work. Some people might be able to do it, and that's awesome. But who here realizes that 1 video per day could make a huge difference and can be done in about 5 minutes? Small hinges move big doors. Oftentimes when companies come to me, and yes, they pay me often $250,000, sometimes 100,000. They're like, we want you to come in and radicalize everything that we're doing. No, absolutely not. It's just a few small tweaks that are going to make the biggest difference. And that's actually, some of you guys are getting ahas from this. Who's already taking notes just from this portion right here? Because it is oftentimes the smallest tweaks that you can make for a company or for yourself that are going to make the biggest difference. When you completely overhaul something, who here knows that that change is difficult to sustain? Small tweaks add up to big progress. I'm a huge fan of that. So a lot of times freelancers will be like, Rachel, when you go into a business, I would love to see how massive the plan that you create for them is. It's not. It's actually pretty simple and it's small, but it's the right tweaks. So even throughout today and tomorrow, you might learn some things where you're like, that is so simple, but it clicks. Did anyone experience that last week in the accelerator? Small little tweaks that made a huge difference. That's where I find the most sustainable change is. Now, there's the next level to aha moments. Sometimes you learn something or hear something or something shifts for you that creates the potential for a $100,000 change to your business. Anyone ever hear an idea? You're like, that's the $1 million idea. We're going to go with just 100,000 for today. So I want you guys to test this out. Put 100K in the chat. 100K in the chat. When you hear something that's not just an aha, but something that changes the game for you, no matter how small, no matter how simple, and you say that has the potential to bring me to 100K, drop 100K in the chat. Cool. Beautiful. The other thing that does is it really helps others to recognize, oh, that was big. I probably should think about that. Oh, maybe I should write that down. And that's a part of natural learning, which is a beautiful thing. Okay. Now, when it comes to natural learning, and this is a big thing, who here is like, I wish I could just rewatch the whole accelerator? Anyone want to rewatch portions, all of it, etc.? Anyone say like, I want to go through it with a fresh perspective again? I don't know about you, but I oftentimes have to hear things 2 or 3 times before it really truly clicks. Are you guys cool with us spending a little bit of time on refreshing on the accelerator with some new perspectives too? You guys cool with that? That's a part of natural learning, repetition. Write that down. A lot of people love to read many books. Hi, just drop a yes if that's you. A lot of people love to read a lot of books. But what if you read the same book more than once and really dug into it? It's a beautiful process. Repetition. It helps things stick. And then as we go through these 2 days, I want you guys to remember the change or die study. Who here remembers the change or die study? Did anyone think about it? It's a wild study, right? So 2 groups of people told that they have 1 year left to live if they don't radically change their lifestyle. And this would be the rare 1% situation where I would say radical change would make sense. It's still not easy. 90% of people in group A who said, we're going to make a change. Within 1 year, we're back to their original lifestyle habits, routines that were leading them down a very dangerous path. On the other side, group B, they had coaching, accountability, and support. And 70% of them stuck with it 1 year later. So question for you guys, are you going to be group A or group B? Group A or group B? You got it. Beautiful. Amazing. So question for you guys. Who here got a spark of belief last week? Even just a teeny tiny little spark of belief. Teeny tiny. Anyone get a little bit bigger than a spark of belief? It's already fanned into a flame. Because I have 2 major jobs over these next 2 days, okay? Number 1, to make you believe you can do it. Who here's on board with that? Who here's already starting to feel it? Yes, amazing. But the second thing, and this is big, is I want you to believe that you deserve it. Write that one down. Because I have learned that you will never make more or keep more than you believe you deserve. And some of you guys might be like, well, that's not me, but who here has ever pulled away from an opportunity? Didn't send the proposal, didn't follow up on the call, didn't comment back to that person who said I could use help. And it shows up in little ways like that. Those are indications that while you might believe you can do it, maybe deep down you don't believe you deserve it. Okay? Who here needed that aha, by the way, today? Sometimes when it comes to growth in our businesses and money, there's something difficult that happens for us because we worry that we're going to be greedy. We worry that we don't need that much. We worry that we're going to change. We worry that, who here says some of those things, I've definitely felt them. I don't want to be all in it for the money. It's not all about the money. It's not, right? But who here could change someone else's life with $100,000? Who here could change your own life with $100,000? Now, I'm just here to tell you today, you guys, that if you are a good person, which looking at all of your faces, yes, 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 money belongs in your hands because you're a good steward. You are able to become a beacon for change for others. I'll never forget when one of our family members called us and said, you know, our son actually tripped and knocked out his adult front teeth. Now, I've had a history of extensive teeth issues. In case anyone's like, what teeth whitening strips do you use? I don't, they're all fake. So there are no whitening strips. But I know what it's like to have dental issues, and they're expensive, straight up. So when they shared the cost of getting the right teeth, the implants, I knew in that moment that this was going to be a life-changing moment for their family. It was going to be a bill that would change every decision that they make for a while, for a year or two. And then I sat back and looked at our business and I realized we could write that check and not think anything of it. So we were able to write a check and just pay for it 100%. Drop aha in the chat if you're realizing that building a business gives you the ability to write needle moving checks. This is the kind of thing that makes me want to cry, but I'm trying not to cry because I cried last week. So it's a beautiful thing to be able to write those checks when people have a need. So does this make a little bit of a flip of perspective for anybody? Another family member had stage 4 cancer, and they were sending her away to a big treatment program. And we wrote the check that paid it off so the family wouldn't have to take out a loan to cover it. That is why, even though I am not personally money motivated, I understand the importance of good people having access to money. Is this making anyone pay even more attention today? It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing, okay? Now, I can teach you funnels. Yes. I do still know how to build a funnel. They're not pretty, but they work. I can teach you Facebook ads. I can teach you social media strategy. I can teach you every tactic or strategy under the sun. But who here knows that you can Google that? In fact, you can probably Google it just on my free resources alone. Drop a yes in the chat if you recognize that. So as much as I would love to sit here for 3 weeks and teach you everything about all of that, we're going to focus on the things that are going to make the biggest difference. Who here felt the difference in the accelerator last week? It was different, right? Who here took different steps and action than normal? Beautiful. Which is why I'm going to focus a lot on rewiring, some programming, and the M word, mindset. Write that one down, mindset. It's a big one. If at any point, as I'm teaching something and you're like, why in the world is she teaching this? Just look at the chat and watch the ahas or the 100Ks. Because small hinges are what move big doors. And there's a very good chance I'm teaching something because it's going to prepare you for what comes next. Cool? You guys ready for it? Let's keep on going. I want you to realize that belief is contagious. Belief is contagious. Does anyone have that one friend who is so positive that you leave feeling like you can do anything? I love that. I'm seeing a few like, I am that friend. I am that friend. That's usually me. And maybe it's you. Maybe. On the flip side, who here has ever talked about their business to a friend and you left starting to wonder if it was ever going to work? Friend or family member? Okay. My goal is to give you belief, because if not you, then who? If not now, then when? Why not you? If at any point you're listening and you're like, oh, she's talking to someone else. No, I'm talking to you. Why not you? Why not now? So I want you to say this in the chat. It's my turn. Just like you guys did last week. I saw big action being taken. big, massive action. Every single day, we experience around 10,000 thoughts. That's a lot of thoughts. But you know what? Want to know what I hear with that? That's a lot of programming. Because the majority of those thoughts are similar or the same to the day before. Who here has already heard something last week or even today where you're like, well, that goes against my thoughts. That goes against what I've learned. That goes against my programming. Yes. The beautiful thing is we get to decide what we're going to choose to believe and keep in our brains. I don't wake up each day singing like Snow White, thinking the world is a magical place, drinking my green juice and meditating on 5,000 affirmations of abundance. I actually wake up pretty cranky and pissed every day. Anyone else feel that way? This is just how I wake up. I'm not the most pleasant person the moment I roll out of bed. Don't talk to me. It's usually what I say. I need 5 more minutes of introvert time. It takes me a couple minutes to reprogram from that natural programming. And some of you guys might notice that even today when you hit a trigger. Has anyone already hit one today and you're like, oh, dang. They pop up when you least expect them. Just take a moment, recognize it, and say, I'm going to think a new thought now. This is cheesy, but I learned it in mental health recovery. So you guys cool with me sharing it? It's super cheesy, but I use it all the time. And I swear it has been changing the game for me. Okay. I learned this from a spiritual systems therapist. I don't know if that sounds right. Okay. So I am the mountain. My mind is the sky. All of my thoughts are just clouds passing by. And in case you guys are like, wait, is she for real doing this? This is like a kindergarten thing. It works. So anytime I don't like my thoughts, anytime my thoughts are old, anytime my thoughts are negative, I'm like, hold on. I am the mountain. My mind is the sky. All of my thoughts are just clouds passing by. I get to choose which ones I'm going to observe. I get to choose which ones I'm going to entertain. I get to choose which ones I'm going to lasso down and live in. Anyone who's like looking at these screens, who's not a part of this, would probably be like, is this a cult? They're all standing there with like triangles over their head. I am the mountain. My mind is the sky. All of my thoughts are just clouds passing by. And with 10,000 per day, you get to choose which ones you entertain. Drop an aha if this is a big one for you. Even though it's cheesy, I don't care. I do it. I taught it to my 12-year-old. I'll teach it to my 8-year-old next. My 4-year-old would probably love it. But the truth is, if the thoughts that you're experiencing are not beneficial towards your growth, let it drift by and pick a new thought. Should we go just a little nerdy on this? Anyone say like, this is really fascinating? Because I find this super fascinating. Write this down. It's something you can learn more about, but this is a process called pruning. You can actually prune the neural pathways in your brain. Told you we're getting nerdy. You can prune the neural pathways in your brain to trim down the thought processes that no longer serve you and focus on the ones that do. Wild, right? And that is called pruning of neural pathways. Okay. High energy equals high income. High energy doesn't mean you have to jump around. Some people do. I think of high energy as full presence. Full presence. For some people, high energy is a little hypier, a little bouncier. My ankles cracked when I did that, so I'm not doing that anymore. Josh is a high energy hype person. For me, it means I'm just going to have my full energy here. And do you guys feel that? Like, I'm here. I'm all in. I'm not thinking about the million things out there. I'm not thinking about what went wrong last night. I'm not thinking about how tough it was to be a mom. My kids were wild. They were banshees last night. I don't know what happened. I'm here. This is high energy. With this exact energy, I just recently took a discovery call with one of the stars of Love is Blind 3. I'll let you guys guess in the chat. And at the end of the call, she said, have you ever thought about being a therapist? Because I feel so calm right now. Like everything feels possible. And we are most likely going to work together, which is really exciting. But I wasn't bouncing all over the place or saying hype words. Introverts and chill people, did anyone need to know that this was possible without putting on a mask? High energy is just that exchange. I'm here for you. It's a beautiful thing, right? So who here can commit to high energy? Wherever you are, be there fully. Wherever you are, be there fully. All right. Now, on a scale from 1 to 10 for your excitement level, go ahead and rate it in the chat. Your energy, your excitement, where you're at. Some of you are like, I still need coffee. A tired 10. Okay, now close your eyes for a second. Close your eyes. And I want you to imagine that your favorite person in this world just called you. They got front row VIP tickets to your favorite show. And you're invited. Open your eyes. What is the energy excitement level? From a 7 to a 9, infinity, 100x, 10, that sure helped a lot. Do you guys realize that was just a thought? Who got the aha from this? That was just a thought. That was just your imagination. Because your thoughts are that powerful. A lot of you guys got a big aha, right? You can change your energy just by imagining something that you're excited about. Imagining the possibility. Imagining your favorite place. What do you think it would look like if you did this before every discovery call and before creating content? What do you guys think it would look like? Go ahead and share in the chat. Win-win. Success. Alignment. It would be a win. Game changer. Confident, up level, attraction. Because high energy equals high income. Who here is seeing this come together already and realizing that this is big? Because a lot of us are held back by our thoughts and programming, right? They couldn't say no. I love that. So if last week was just a spark of belief, this week it's going to become a flame. Cool? Take just a moment and imagine that everything you hope and envision for your business comes true. Let's do this. Feel free to close your eyes. How does it feel? What are you able to do? ahead and open them. And with that, we're going to keep turning up. If you see someone being negative in the chat or using negative self-talk, I want you guys to feel free to say change your state in the chat. Let's test it out right now. Because this is a place of love. You can tell this is a really kind group, which is awesome. Change your state. It's a beautiful thing, okay? People don't hire me because I'm the most talented. Feel free to write this down. The most talented doesn't always win. People hire me because of the high energy, that confidence, that presence. But that all stems from being myself. You will always win faster and more consistently when you show up as you fully. Don't try to be like me. Don't try to be like Gary Vee. Show up as you fully. Write that word down, fully. Okay. Are you guys cool with taking an action step already to anchor in last week? You guys cool with being challenged to take action? Because me teaching is great. I could do this with one person here or 10,000, but the single greatest game changer is going to be you taking action. All right. So I want you guys to go create one short form video right here, right now. You guys are probably like, Rachel, we're not even an hour in. Are you kidding me? I haven't even had my coffee. Just do it. Let's do it together. Cool. You guys ready for it? All right, we're going to put 5 minutes on the clock. And I want you guys to record. And I love how Linda's like, sure. Record and post one piece of content. So it's a video that's less than 60 seconds. Seriously, totally. What better time to do it than now? If not now, then when? Anyone like, oh, dang, don't do it if you're driving. I personally create in TikTok and that creates captions automatically. Cool. All right. Do you guys accept this challenge? Drop a yes in the chat if you do. If anyone's like, I'm just going to multitask and do something else. If not now, then when? If you don't leave these first 2 hours with an asset developed, I'll be so sad because I failed as a teacher. Oh no, was that a guilt trip? Yes. Okay, go for it. We have 5 minutes on the clock. I want you guys to take action. You ready for it? I'll see you guys in 5. All right, you guys, welcome back. Who here at least started recording a piece of content? Drop that yes in the chat. We had 12 people just leave. They were like, wait, she's actually making us take action. I'm just kidding. Who knows why they left? Beautiful. Okay, how does it feel to just take action and be pushed into it before your mind has time to doubt? We just felt amazing and then we took action. You guys feel good? That's pretty cool. In case you're wondering, that is one of my favorite ways to actually get stuff done in my business. Imagine how I want to feel when everything is done and do it before negative thoughts come into the sky. Cool. You guys did great. How do you feel? Awkward. Oh, can I share a really interesting perspective about awkward? We're the only ones who perceive our own awkwardness. I really mean this. What we think is awkward, other people just think is a piece of content. I've actually never seen, out of all of the comments I've ever seen on social, I've never seen someone say this is awkward. Unless someone is trying to not be themselves. So if I were to get on and be ready? Hey there, everyone. This is such a great day, and I'm going to teach you all about social media. Who here felt like that was really awkward? That was actually really awkward for me to do. It was just different because it wasn't me. My team is laughing. It's only awkward if you're not yourself. Cool? So just be you and create. You guys can admit it was awkward. It felt completely unaligned with who I am. So kind of neat, right? All right. We're going to dive on in to one of my favorite processes, and this is reverse engineering your business for success. Who here wants to hit $100,000 in your business at some point? Amazing. In order for that to happen, you can't just send proposals and pray that it's all going to add up. Cool? Proposal and pray is not how you hit consistent 100K years, okay? So we're going to reverse engineer it so that you're set up for success. Now, the reason that we're going to do this is because if you're sending out proposals for 350, 500, 700, 750, even at 1,000 at times, you're not going to be set up with the right margins to build a team and actually be able to hire help. Write that down. The way to set up your business to be able to hire, support, help a team is by reverse engineering your pricing and starting there. Are you cool if I just walk you through it? Lizzie, you'll be good? I'll walk you guys through it, okay? Now, as we dive into this does mean not everyone is going to be able to afford you. But when I think about it, working with 20 clients who can all barely afford me versus 4 clients where it was a no-brainer, which one sounds easier? Even if you get more no's on this side, this feels more sustainable. So if you're pricing yourself for affordability, you're going to get clients that can barely afford you, and you're going to be the first expense that they chop. Cool? I'm sharing this out of love. I don't want you to build your whole business and then be like, now I have 20 clients. I actually one time was talking to someone who was charging between $150 and $300 per month per client. And she's like, I don't know why I can't hit 10K months and I'm working 60 to 80 hours a week. And I was like, well, yeah, you've got to be charging 4 times what you're charging. And she's like, but then I'll lose my clients. But working 80 hours a week for $4,000 a month, that doesn't seem like a great trade-off. That's not sustainable. Drop a yes if that sounds like a recipe for burnout. Stacy's like, oh, shoot. So are you guys cool if I walk you through? And by the way, I've learned a lot of this the hard way. So I'm excited to walk you through frameworks that set you up for success. Sometimes people ask me, what are my profit margins on a $250,000 client? We get to decide how much we want to spend. Usually we spend about $17,000 on those clients. And if we have to like travel to an international country, which we do for some of our clients, then it's up to $47,000 in costs. And then the rest is profit after taxes. So it's a really great profit injection into our business, which is neat. Okay. So ready for it. Let's go ahead and see these gorgeous slides. Karen made it back. Okay. We got almost everyone back. Yay. I'm so excited. Okay. What is the average monthly rate of the services you offer? If you're charging a client $500 per month, that client would be worth about $6,000 per year. If you're charging $1,000 per month, that client would be worth $12,000 per year. And if you're charging $2,000 per month, that client would be worth $24,000 per year. Anyone already loving this because it's just a nice breakdown and taking a look at it versus winging it with just a bunch of random clients each month? Okay, so how many clients would you need to work with? Can you change it? It's not letting me change screens. Thank you. How many clients would you have to work with per year to hit $100,000 per year? If you're charging $500 per month per client, you would need 17 clients to hit 100K years. If you're charging $1,000 per month per client, you would need 9 clients. And if you're charging $2,000 per month per client, you would need just about 4. Okay, let's pull the slides down just for a second. Who here is getting that big aha? That you can sit back, reverse engineer your business, fill your front of your funnel, and scoop off the cream of the crop. As you charge more, you are not going to take calls with everyone that fills out an application. Feel free to write that down. We probably get, how many applications would you say we get for every qualified one that we actually consider working with? 30? 20 to 30? So we get 20 to 30 applications for clients that want to work with us to every one that's qualified that we would actually consider. Is that helpful to know? Super, super, super helpful. I appreciate when people open up about that kind of stuff. And so I don't hop on calls with people who aren't qualified. Write this part down. Ask for monthly revenue on your application form. You do not need to offer more services for $2K a month. You're offering better because your presence is there. You guys catch that difference, right? Has anyone ever been to like a cost cutters or a cheap hairstylist? Has anyone ever had a bad haircut at cost cutters? Did they whip you in and out of there in like 15 minutes? And then they're like, ta-da, you look great. And you're like, what is this? Versus when you go to a higher end salon, and for some people, all they need to do is experience a few of those bad haircuts before they're like, okay, I'm just going to go to a better hairstylist. That hairstylist slows down. You're the only one. Their presence is there. They care about you. Okay. Who here knows or has experienced the difference between a high-end hairstylist and a cheap hairstylist? Yes. Now I used to be a hairstylist, which is why I'm using that example. Okay. The other thing that I want to share as well is you aren't necessarily going to want to say yes to every client that hops on the phone with you, even if they're qualified. But who here realizes that just 4 clients at $2,500 a month makes that worth it? Because you're like, I'm just looking for the 4 dream ones. Not everyone's going to be a fit. Yep. Who here would rather get 4 clients than 17? Can you guys imagine how much work that would be? How many applications, how many discovery calls, how much onboarding, how many meetings, how many files, how many posts, how much content, how much deliverables? Oh, that's a lot. Drop a yes if 4 dream clients at $2,000 per month seems way more doable. If you're willing to wait for it and build for it. Okay. For every 3 discovery calls I take with qualified clients, I maybe want to work with 1. Helpful to know? So I do one of 2 things, and I don't think I've ever shared this before. Either I tell them that I can't support them at that time, or I send them pricing that is so insane that if they said yes, I'd be able to take a vacation and get regular massages and also buy a new horse. Okay. So I'm like, okay, if I'm going to work with this client that I don't want to work with, it's got to be a lot. I do screen my clients. If I'm going to work with them, I want to screen them. So I take discovery calls myself. Cool. All right. Who's getting some big ahas from all this? If a client seems like they're going to be a pain in the butt, charge them more. Yes, I said it. It's called a PITA price. And I learned it when I was a hairstylist, which stands for pain in the butt. If someone's going to be really high maintenance, or they say like, I'm just really controlling of everything, etc., great. I have a special package for you. Don't tell them it's a PITA price. Okay. Who's getting ahas you didn't expect today? This is kind of fun because we're going a little off script, and I'm like, why not? If I'm going to spend time with a client, I want to make sure that I'm going to like working with them. And because of that, my rates are high. I don't take calls with everyone, and I don't say yes to everyone that I talk to. For example, a very famous actor who most of you know from 21 Jump Street, and I had a discovery call, and I told him to call me again in a few months because he just wasn't ready. So I said, I don't think this is going to work because you don't know what you want. When you know what you want, call me back. Cool. I did a PITA price and they accepted it. Perfect. Book yourself a massage. Okay. All right. Let's go back to slides. Now, this is really helpful because sometimes we expect that we're going to build a $100,000 business overnight. So it's PITA, which stands for pain in the butt. I just don't know what little ears are listening. Okay. Now, this is really helpful. Instead of thinking about like, I have to do this all this week. No. What if you broke it down monthly or quarterly? How many clients would you need to close per month? 1 to 2 clients per month. If you're charging $500 per month, if you're charging $1,000 per month, 1 client per month for 9 months. And if you're charging $2,000 per client, it's 1 client per quarter. Anyone love this idea? It might actually happen faster than this, but doesn't hitting 6 figures in about a year seem way more reasonable with this snowball of growth? I want to like highlight this for a second because everyone's so obsessed with this like extreme growth. And like, I went from 0 to $1 million in 90 days. Okay, cool. That's awesome. For most industries, most careers, hitting six figures in a year would be a game changer. Can I get a yes? Think about your old industries. How long did it take people to hit six figures? As a hairstylist, I was at one of the top salons, and it usually took people about 3 to 6 years to hit six figures. But one client per quarter at $2,000 per month, one every quarter, six figures within a year. Okay. Let's break it down another way. And this can be helpful to see. Feel free to screenshot any of my slides too. None of it's like, you can't do that. I really like this breakdown. It helps it feel kind of doable. How much you're making per client, how many clients you need to close per year, how many clients you need to close per month. Drop aha in the chat if this feels way more doable than proposals and praying. Okay, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Who has already gotten 100K aha so far today? Now, in case you're saying, but I don't know how in the world I'm going to attract 4 clients that want to pay me $2,000 per month, I have an interesting question for you, okay? If I told you that you needed to make $100,000 to save a loved one's life, who here would find a way? Beg, borrow, steal. Who here would do just about anything to make it happen? This always helps me to remember, maybe not steal, I like that. But this helps me to remember, okay, if I really needed to, I could get resourceful and find a way to do it. Write that word in the chat, resourceful. Resourceful. Okay. This is probably one of the biggest things I learned when I was a single mom, was how to become extremely resourceful. But I have another question for you that will help to answer the how. If you were to follow the framework from last week, 3 to 5 times a week for the next year, what do you think that would do for your business? What do you think that would do in terms of clients finding you? What do you think that would do? It would take off. They could find me. Christine's like, that's the 100K. Growth would be exponential. I will be an expert they're looking for. Exponential growth, more discovery calls, phenomenal growth, more clients to choose from. This is big, so big. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share with you guys just a little bit about my story that I haven't shared last week, because it helps me to remember the idea of sometimes you're not going to see the how. Feel free to write that one down. Sometimes you're not going to see the how. Growing up as the oldest of 3 girls, those are my sissies, Jess and Steph. My dad was a pastor. My mom was a worship leader, and we grew up in poverty, but we were happy, mostly. We're not going to get into that today. But what's interesting is sometimes when something is learned, such as poverty, a lack of money mindset, a lack of resourcefulness, just accepting that this is the way that things are. Has anyone ever felt that, by the way? Like, I don't know if I can hit 6 figures. I've seen other people do it, but I don't know if I can. It doesn't feel accessible to me. this is more on that mindset and our thoughts. When we're stuck in patterns, it can be difficult to break through them. So at the age of 21 years old, I became a single mom living in poverty. I was on welfare and food stamps, and I actually found these pictures of the house that Dakota and I lived. We rented 1 bedroom from. Now, what's interesting about this is that one winter, our heat was cut off. I don't even think that's legal. But in Minnesota, it gets really cold, and it was January. So our heat was cut off and we had to get really resourceful. And so there were some kerosene lamps in the basement, pulled them out, opened the stove because it was electric, and camped out in front of the stove. When I decided that I was going to go to hair school, I didn't have a car. So I took a bus an hour and a half each way to school. And I had this dream. Who here already dreamed of what their business will look like? Drop a yes in the chat. I had this dream that I was going to become a stylist at one of the top salons in Minnesota. And I took a bus an hour and a half each way to school. And I didn't have nice clothes. So on the weekends, I would literally push Dakota in a little, the umbrella strollers. It was 5 or 6 miles to Goodwill, sometimes in the snow. And I would look for the clothes that hid the fact that I was broke. So I'd sort through, look for Banana Republic, look for Express, look for anything that made it seem like I was the part. And I brought a 25% off coupon. So my sweaters would be like $4 or $5. Now, keep in mind, you guys, no one in my family had really built a consistent and successful career for at least, 1 generation. So I didn't know how it was all going to work out. I just kept visualizing it. And then one day, when I was almost finished with school, I showed up, worked hard, didn't see the how. Drop a yes if you're like, I don't even see it now sometimes. Did not see the how. But I applied for the 5 top salons in Minnesota, and I got the first call, and it was a yes. And then I got the second call, and it was a yes. And I got the third call, and it was a yes. And 4 out of 5 of the top salons in Minnesota all wanted to work with me. That girl in that picture did not see the how. I want to share that again and again and again. Now, I learned it as a hairstylist, as a single mom. But when I started my business, I still didn't see the how. Only this time I knew somehow things just work out. If you take action, follow frameworks, things just work out. Your job is where you're at and at the end result. Feel free to write that down. Those are the 2 areas you want to focus on. Where you're at and the end result. Imagine the end result and then take the action steps that are currently in front of you to get towards that. You do not have to see every single step along the path in order to take the step right in front of you. Jody's like, that was it for me. That was one. This is a big thing, okay? End result, step in front of me. Still, end result, step in front of me. End result, step in front of me. Because if you try to focus on every single step along the entire journey, you're going to hit kind of an analysis paralysis. It's going to feel too big. It's going to be too much. Just like I would imagine Goodwill 6 miles away, and push the stroller one step in front of me. I wasn't going to think about the mile here, the mile there, the mile there. When I started in hair school, I didn't know how I was going to get into one of the top salons. I just thought about the top salons and did my foils, thought about my top salons, did my haircuts. I wasn't good at those, but I thought about the top salons, did the perm. Okay. Who here needed this today? Because I really, truly believe that thinking about all of the hows it's all going to work together keeps so many people from action. I'm going to build the entire next 5 years. Don't create a 5-year plan. I feel like I'm going to start crying. This is so off script because this is not where I normally go here. But the truth is, you do not need a 5-year plan. You just need to see your end goal and then take that step. So every time you create a video, that's another step. Whew, okay. Who here is like, dude, this is not what I expected, but I'm getting it. I don't know why, but I just felt like I was supposed to share that with this particular group here today, which is so weird. Weird, awkward. But the truth is, like, I am seeing so many people getting stuck because so many experts are saying, like, you need to plan out this whole like year's worth of, well, okay, a year content plan is awesome, but you don't need to figure out like, okay, your website and all your funnels and absolutely everything before you get started. Just get going and take that next step and think about your end result that you want. I feel like that's the most energy I've had in weeks. Okay. Who here needed that today? Because if you showed me even this studio setup, do you guys want to see it? If you showed me this studio setup, I think I can show you. Okay. So there are 9 screens. It's kind of hard to show. It's on my IG stories too. That's really close. Hi. If you had showed me this when I was getting started, I would have freaked out and said, there's no way. How am I going to do that? I don't understand. Little did I know that we would make friends with someone who's an absolute engineering expert who built this from scratch. Okay. Like, I couldn't have planned that. You don't know who you're going to meet. You don't know what video is going to pop off. You don't know who is the one person that's going to be in your audience watching and saying, dude, I've got to refer this person to people, or I've got a speaking opportunity, or I've got a podcast. Like, just by taking that one step each day, one more step each day, you don't know what the ripple effect is going to be on your business. Okay. So don't worry about all of the how. Let that figure itself out in due time. Worry about today. Worry about the action that you're going to take today. All right. How you guys doing? I was probably as like preachy as I get, but I'm that day gone. I felt it today. So I was like, we have to. Awesome. Feeling it. Amazing. Did this help to like knock out any of like the future concerns that you've had? Sometimes we say like, and then what? I don't know. I'll figure it out when I get there. I really, truly mean this. Paul and I are actually starting a production studio just for fun. Paul's my husband, and I'm sharing this because there's a powerful analogy in it. After I acted in my first movie, we were like, we could do this. Let's just do this for fun, evenings and weekends after the kids go to bed. So we filed our LLC, crafted our first 91 scenes in our first movie, put the title, the plot, what it's about, everything. Yeah, we're going to be scripting it over the next week. And if someone were to ask me, like, how are you going to, no, I have no clue. Right now, I'm going to focus on writing the script with my husband. I don't know what the scenes are going to look like. I don't know what the filming is going to look like. I don't know. It's about the isolation of motherhood. But the point is, You don't have to see how it is all going to work out. You just have to take the first steps. Okay. All right. Let's keep on going. Let's get those slides up. What would just one more client per month, what would that do for you? I love the surrender experiment. That book is so good. What would just one more client per month do for you? These are pretty big. What about if it was a client at the price points that set you up for success and not just the prices that you've been charging up until this point? That's a pretty cool possibility, right? Is that reason enough for you to keep going, taking action? Is that reason enough for you to take notes, even when you're like, I'm not quite sure what this means, but I'm going to take notes? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay. We normally share this at the end, but I feel like we could just share this with you guys now. Would you guys like drag and drop and print to win clients? We have some awesome marketing templates, and I promised you guys I would keep making it better and better and better. Who here wants it? Heck yes. Beautiful. All right, team. You guys know what to do. They're probably like, Rachel, you moved it up. Dig on it. It'll be good. All right. You guys get those. My team is on it. Beautiful. Okay, let's go ahead and go through just a quick review of the accelerator. And we're going to touch on this high level. You guys cool with that? Drop a yes. My team is honestly magical. They're amazing, amazing, amazing. All right, so let's go through this. How to become a top freelancer without chasing clients. All right. Now, before we do this, have you guys written a mantra? It could be a creed, personal affirmation. I am a huge fan of writing your own personal affirmations because the two most powerful words in the English language are I am. Now, I like affirmations, but when other people write them, do you ever say like, I just can't relate? It's always like an Australian accent too, like, I am a billionaire with a 6-pack. And I'm like, no, not even close. So I like to write, I don't know what that donkey laugh was, but I like to write affirmations that are true to me. And you guys can do this too. It's in your workbooks, I'm pretty sure. So I wrote this and it helps me when I need to go and create content and I forget who I am. Do you ever forget for a second who you are? This always helps me. I am Rachel Pedersen. I am a loving mother. I am an amazing wife. I am a loyal and honest friend. I love people with all my heart. I carry myself with the knowing of who I am and how I change the world. I am stunningly beautiful inside and out because of my heart. I am full of powerful intuition and intention. I am a multiplier for success. I am unstoppable because of the deep well of strength I have. I am a shield for those I teach. Protection, favor, and blessings follow me everywhere I go. I want to add to this, I am a billionaire in the making. I have the power to write needle-moving checks. I am kind and full of compassion for people from all walks of life. I create big goals and then expect greatness to follow as I take action. I am a powerful manifester. I can change the game with just a thought. I see vision in my mind and turn it into reality with committed, consistent action. I am passionate about excellence and mastery. I can learn anything with ease. I attract money and opportunities everywhere I go. I am confident because I know who I am. I am Rachel Pedersen. What I love about this one is it's true to me. It's not someone else's words, it's mine. And I do tweak it over time. Drop aha in the chat if you're like, I want to start one of these. Even just a couple of lines. Because it is a beautiful thing when you, in your own words, write who you are to remind yourself who you are. I want you guys to actually write a couple lines for your I am statements, because mine is beautiful, but it's mine. You can feel free to beg, borrow, or steal from it, but I want you to write your own. What is true for you? So let's go ahead and take 4 minutes and write at least one statement. Write as much or as little as flows out in 4 minutes. Should we do 5 because you don't have a 4-minute timer? You can make a 4-minute. You're so good. What helps with this is to ask yourself, like, who am I becoming, to affirm that. Do you guys want this slide up or the other one for inspiration? It's up to you. The other one? Okay. Feel free to take as much or as little from this as you want. But this is always going to be more powerful for you than any other affirmation or mantra given to you by someone else, because it's yours. You have ownership over it. Okay, we'll go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock, but you guys won't be able to see it because we'll keep this one up. So I will see you in 5 minutes and we'll give a countdown. All right, you guys, who here got at least one line written for you, by you? No one can dispute it. It's yours. 7 lines. 20? What? I don't even know if I could write 20 in 5 minutes. That's good. So good. So good, right? Okay. Let's dive on into the refresher. Real fast, my team is going to drop the link one more time. There we go. So we have for you, ready for this? Not 1, not 2, not 10, but is it almost 100? 100 plug and play video topics for freelancers. Just edit them for what your specialty is. Cool. You guys excited about that? My team will drop it a few more times throughout like today. So make sure you grab it. Okay, let's dive into our refresher. Who here has already gotten an aha before we even get into this? Who here's already gotten an aha, at least one? If not, I'll try harder. No, I'll just keep going. Beautiful. All right. As we shared in the accelerator, you want to win before your calls, right? Stop lowballing to get work. No more convincing. Can I get a yes in the chat if you guys feel me on this? Okay. All by focusing on video, one essential marketing strategy. Now we are going to fly through these slides because I have so much more I want to teach you today. So just know if I go fast, it's because this is just a refresher. Okay. True or false? It's hard being a freelancer in today's market. So much to learn, digital overwhelm, endless to-do lists that get you nowhere. Yes, yes, yes. And it's not your fault because gurus, experts are telling us we have to do everything. Can I get an amen in the chat? Follow this crazy system that's 97 steps just to get started. You have to build 17 funnels just to get started and run Facebook ads and also become an expert in all things digital marketing. No thanks. You have the ability to 4x your business without begging for their business. And who here realizes that that just got amplified by getting almost 100 plug and play video topics? And all of those have been researched by me and my team. So feel free to use those. Okay. Now, video has led to some really cool things, awesome opportunities, lots of free PR. My PR budget is 0, and we've been featured in a ton of online things, including Glamour, The Sun. I could go on and on. Video has the ability to make you a top paid freelancer, fill your funnel for a dependable income, and consistent clients. Okay. Just 2 quick reminders. If you have not yet done so, make sure you grab your workbook for the 2-day live event. Cool? Cool, cool, cool. This totally works for consultants. I technically am part strategist, part consultant. I say I'm a strategist, but I'm secretly a consultant. And if you haven't done so yet, join the Facebook group. Cool? All right. This helps 3 types of freelancers. Freelancers who need to stand out. 1, in the chat, Angelica shared the link for the workbook for you. It's right there. Beauty. 2, freelancers who need to find momentum again. And even 3, experienced freelancers who need sustainable systems and income. Not everyone's a fit. I don't like rude people. Just not a fan. Can I just real fast remind you, it might be helpful for you while we're on this slide to write down the types of clients you don't want to work with. I've done this on the client side and my list is long. You can even drop some words in the chat if you'd like. Some people do well with micromanagers, some people don't. Some people are deeply affected by it, others are not. Dominant, uncoachable, indecisive. I don't want to work with needy, demanding, rude clients. All of those are good. Yep. Because sometimes going for what you want also means you need to know what you also don't want and be clear on it. So when you take a discovery call with a client, if they're exhibiting signs of being on the list for things you don't want, and it's pretty clear, listen to that. Listen to yourself. Listen to your gut feeling. Write that down, especially for people who tend to kind of be a little more on the people pleasing side, want to keep people happy, don't want to upset anyone. Okay. We're talking powerful ROI. I love this. Krista says being in the click completely changed my business. I'll be honest, I was struggling on my own. I had no one who had been there, done that in entrepreneurship to talk to. That changed when I joined Click. I gained not only a great coach and mentor who helped me tap into my potential and discovered the direction that my business was meant to go. I now have a multi-six-figure sales copywriting business and am headed for 5- and 6-figure launches of my programs and courses. Krista is in the cornfields of Iowa. Drop a ha in the chat if you needed this reminder, because sometimes we think that you can only build a business if you live in New York City. No, you can find clients anywhere with video that are willing to pay you what you're worth. We're talking a simplified approach. Kaylin says, I have almost 9x my revenue in the past year with the Click. A year ago, I was struggling to pay all my bills, and now I have 4 team members and an accountant, and I'm learning additional ways to build more revenue streams. I want to highlight this real fast because Kaylin was actually the one working with clients under $300 per month, and now her business is set up for success, and she's hitting consistent multiple 5-figure months. Drop a ha in the chat if it's good to know. It is possible to grow from low-paying clients to a consistent income. Okay. I want you guys to be able to earn more and work less. Who here sees that that was actually possible by reverse engineering your price points and how many clients you work with? 4 people? 5? Okay, good. Because this is a big one. I love Samantha's like me. This is a big one because working with too many clients at low price points, it eats away at your sanity. I'm just going to be super honest with that. It's exhausting. You're going to feel like you're dropping all the balls, not able to hire team support. Drop a hot in the chat if this inspires you. Okay. It's your turn, right? Drop a yes if that's you. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Because my goal, and I'm willing to bet it's your goal as well, is real results faster. Did you guys see the big results already from last week? I'm not going to teach you how to get a billion. That one's not on the agenda for anytime soon. Did you guys see how big the results were? Did anyone notice that there was more consistent results? Anyone notice that there were some wins already just from last week? It's pretty cool if you ask me. Let's keep on going through it. Now, this is new. By the end of this week, you'll understand why becoming a master social media marketer should be the single focus of every single freelancer working in today's market. I posted earlier this week that I am so grateful we live in an era where you can market your business for free and reach way more people than just in our hometowns. Anyone else feel that? Mel says, I've been repurposing my TikToks into my personal reels, and I went from 409 followers to over 6,500 so far. That is incredible. Can you guys all commit that you'll be willing to dive into the possibility of becoming a master social media marketer? You guys cool with that? The alternative is paying for ads and building tons and tons and tons of funnels. Cool? I like free. Now, before I tapped into the power of video in my business, I thought I had the dream job. Secured a few clients, And then within just a few months and definitely years, I realized that it wasn't what it seemed like. Convincing clients, desperate for clients, clients lowballing, ignoring red flags. Drop a yes if you see yourself on this slide, by the way. Nightmare clients, stressed out, massive debt that I wasn't able to take a bite out of, working 100+ hours, crying at night, stress on marriage, doing work myself to save money, grasping for guidance, searching for the hand of hope, paying for ads with no results, partner not invoicing our clients. Maybe you are the partner not invoicing clients because you're too stressed. We had a mentor that poached our partner. And there was a point where we couldn't even make payroll and we had to take out massive loans to do so, which none of this is fun. None of this is fun. I knew there had to be a better way. So I studied what all of the greats were doing. Internet marketers, celebrities, big brands, authors, and even what was going on social media platforms. I wanted to figure it out. And that's when I got the big aha. If you want to become a top freelancer, then you absolutely have to become a master social media marketer. Drop aha in the chat if you needed this reminder. I want to talk about one thing important here. Does this mean that you have to suddenly have professional cameras for all your content? Nope. Nope. This does not mean that you have to edit your content professionally. This doesn't mean that you have to be someone that you're not. This just means you're going to show up as yourself, following the framework. Cool? Deluxe shared this quote. It's one thing to offer a superior in-person experience or an easy online journey, but marketing keeps your business in people's minds after a transaction is over and before they need you again. Okay. Brandon Anderson says, marketing strategy will impact every piece of your business and it should be tied to every piece of your business. Drop yes in the chat if you're excited about dissecting the 6 parts of the sales cycle and how video and marketing come into play for all of it. Okay, ready for this? 74% of consumers rely on social media to guide purchasing decisions. Whew. That's a lot. I know it doesn't quite work like that, but who here wants that 74% boost? Social media wins you more clients before you even get on the discovery call. And my social media earns me leads even if I don't work that day. Pretty neat, right? This is how you win before you arrive. This is how you get views and leads while you snooze. Now, pull the slides down just for 1 second, because I want to be super clear. Have you guys ever heard gurus who are like, literally, this is a business in a box. You just plug and play it, and then you can just sleep and you make money. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that. I've definitely heard that. You still have to do the work. Can I get a yes in the chat if you guys hear me loud and clear on this? You still have to do the work, but it's more leveraged. So when you do create the content, the work, it still performs for you, which I think is pretty awesome. Drop a yes in the chat if you're like, me too. Me too. Okay. Let's dive on in. Go ahead and let's cue those slides up. Write this one down. Action takers are money makers. Yes, this applies to creating videos. 100 great video ideas is not worth anything until you take action on it. Some tough love there. Okay, action takers are money makers. Oftentimes clients will go for the first person who responds, and we'll talk more about that. Put another way, procrastination will be the assassination of your dreams. Has anyone ever had a family member or a friend who said, I swear I like invented the iPhone or something like that? They're like, I invented this. I should be the one collecting checks. Well, you got to take action. Other people get great ideas too. So just a temperature check real fast. Who here is going to be the first one to get through all 100 videos that I've shared with you? Who's going to be like the first one? Who's going to be second? Who's going to be third? Right? Just giving you the keys to the kingdom because they work. All right. But what this requires is commitment over convenience. Write this one down. It's more convenient to wait a month. I know, but like, what if we just did it right now, real fast? Imperfectly, got it done. And then you can sleep so much better at night, right? Totally. The wild thing is money likes speed. Those who take action pretty quickly after an idea are usually the ones who reap the benefits. Money likes speed. The first person to comment with the money bag emoji wins $100. Money likes speed. Money bag emoji. All right. I think we got it. Yep. It was just one. Yep. Beautiful. Okay. Are you guys awake now? Everyone awake? Beautiful. Way to go, Daniela. All right. What gets celebrated gets replicated. This is a big thing, but now we're going to take things to a new level. You ready for this? In order for you to be considered a solution, you must be solving a problem. This is a big one. And I'll share more about this. I don't normally talk about this, but clients always come to me saying that they need one thing when that's like not at all what they need. I know what the real problem is. So that's one of my favorite things is to get into what the real problem is, because nobody hires me to help them grow their TikTok because it would look nice. There's something else happening. There's a problem. There's a pain point. Okay. Anyone love this? In order to be considered a solution, you must be solving a problem. If a client says it would be nice to be on this platform, it's your job to dig deeper, because underneath there's a problem or a pain point. You got to find it. If there is no problem or pain point, then you are a non-necessity. Anyone love that? Okay. Beliefs are choices. We talked a little bit about this. We won't go too deep into it now. First, you choose your beliefs, and then your beliefs affect your choices. Woo. Even by having you guys get clear on who you are, your I am statements, getting clear on who you don't want to work with, those are all creating parameters for your beliefs to inform your choices as you build your business. Pretty neat, right? Okay. We can pull the slides down just for a second. We're going to quick check in. What has been for you, the biggest aha so far today? Go ahead and drop it in the chat. Mountain in the sky. Action takers are money makers. High energy equals high income. These are so good, you guys. These are amazing. Personal mantra changes everything. So good. Yep. Be resourceful. So good. Yep. Okay. These are amazing. Let's go ahead and share the slides. Now, ads and funnels can come into play later on in business and at different parts. And we will talk about those a little bit tomorrow, more so funnels than ads. But that's a little more of like the infrastructure of your business. Cool? So we'll nerd out on the whole flow of how it all goes, but it can be done simply too. All right. I want you guys to believe me that it's possible, not just for me, but for you and for others. Do you guys feel it already? Who's getting that belief? Yes. Beautiful. Chrissy, 10x'd her revenue. It's a game changer. Best decision I ever made. I went from having a $2,000 month in September to a $24,000 month in January. Drop aha in the chat if this inspires you. Kaylin once again says, since starting with Rachel, I've gone from 2 to 3K months to 10 to 15K months. Drop aha in the chat if this inspires you. Lloyd quit his full-time job. He said, I went from driving Lyft and barely making anywhere close to 30,000 in a year, and now I'm making that in a quarter. Drop aha in the chat if that inspires you. Now, the reason I like to share these things is because my wins are cool, but I don't know about you guys. I like to hear from other people too. And tomorrow, in fact, we'll have an entire panel of top producing freelancers who come on in and share with you guys their experience. It'll be really cool. Who's excited about that? This works for any freelancer, any specialty. I'm going to say this again because you guys, we have 288 people here. Do you think all 288 are going to take action? I would love to think so, but that would be delusional. It's not enough to want it. You have to act. You have to act. Success is an action. Success comes from implementation and execution and doing it consistently. What is the key to success? It's not just learning. It's not just taking classes. It's not just hearing about new stuff. It's not going to seminars or conferences or trainings. It is doing. Drop that in the chat. It is doing. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, when you keep your commitment to yourself, and I shared this last week, I'm going to share this again. For me, one thing that really helps is to remember kind of like this semi-pseudo quasi quote from, it just helps. Enough people have let me down. I'm not going to let me down. Others have let me down. I'm not going to be a part of that list. I'm not in that group. It doesn't matter how many people let me down. I don't. I'm my bestie. Who here can do that? Anyone love that idea? I've got my back. I take the action. I'm not waiting for anybody else. I'm going to keep going. It builds confidence. It builds your self-esteem. It builds your relationship and trust within yourself. It helps build positive self-talk. Your prefrontal cortex actually grows and it becomes a part of your character. Now, here are a few things that can be really helpful for keeping commitments. Okay. Number one, be in touch with your vision. That's that end result. Remember, we already talked about it. We visualized it. Be in touch with your end results, having a strong desire to attain it, and always look to the end result to remind you why you are doing what you're doing. Who here needs to spend the moments when your head is on the pillow at night, imagining that end result? Because I do that every night, and I did that since I was a single mom. Now, back then, I just imagined I was going to win the lottery because that was the most reasonable thing. And then once I went to hair school, I was like, I'm going to imagine myself working at the top salons, and I would just visualize it every single day. Imagine myself walking through there. Okay. Number two, clarity and alignment. Being clear on what you need to do, ready, today, not every step along the journey, and aligning your actions and tactics with your end result. Question for you. Who here believes that creating videos following the frameworks I've shared will get you closer to your end result? So is that a pretty good action step? Monday through Friday? Or even just 3 times a week? You got it. You got it. Okay. 3, what's got to give? Money, time, resources, sacrifice. This can be really helpful. Anyone else really love decompressing with a few hours of binging TV every evening? Me too. Anyone else love the midday just scrolling when you hit that energetic slump? Anyone really love video games? I do. I love video games so much. They're so fun. Okay. What if you just took like 5 of those minutes or 10 of those minutes and just created a video? Kind of a cool concept, right? You don't have to spend that whole hour or 2 hours creating, just 5 minutes, 10. Doable? And this is where this gets fun. You've got to throw your feelings to the wayside. You have to say, I am going to be absolutely irrationally stubborn about this. Anyone like that idea? Who here's stubborn? I'm willing to bet we have a lot of stubborn people here. Put that to work as you take action on the steps that get you closer to your end result. Whoa, yes, so good. Oh, you're a Taurus. That's very stubborn. Put it to work. I am going to be absolutely irrational about this. Nobody can come between me and my 5, 10, 20 minutes a day working towards my end results. I'm the only one responsible for it. So, question for you guys literally today. What are you doing differently today to achieve your desired outcome for tomorrow? What is it? What is it? What is it? I think stubbornness can be so beautiful when channeled into things that move you forward towards your goals, your dreams. Yes, yes. Okay. I love these. Love these. Who here's starting to feel like you have a little bit of a concrete plan of like the next step? At least the start. Okay, I'm going to share with you guys something big. Question for you. What is this logo from? McDonald's, Mickey D's. Who here realizes that any town you drive into, you can immediately tell whether or not there's a McDonald's in that town? Has anyone ever been to a country that had a different cuisine and you were looking for a McDonald's? You're like, I'm just looking for McDonald's. Yes, yes. It's pretty recognizable, isn't it? Especially if you're in places with like billboards. Okay. So I'm going to share a couple of things. Why is McDonald's worth 143.8 billion and Burger King is actually, well, it's worth 7.1 billion and going down? Have you guys noticed like Burger Kings are disappearing? Like all of the Burger Kings in Minnesota have shut down. It's mind blowing. You can't even find one anymore. Real estate is a part of it for sure. Okay, ready? Branding. A few of you were right on. Branding. They have some of the clearest branding. One of the ways that you can do this isn't necessarily based on colors, fonts, or logos, but instead based on values. Write that down. Your values can be a part of your branding. Like, who here knows that if you're going to come across one of my videos, you're probably going to get some really good gold. There's going to be some tips, tricks, tutorials, or something where I'm trying to be funny, but not. That's pretty much my brand. Your values can be a part of it. And so if a value of yours is I want to provide lots of value to others, you can create what's called a hero funnel. I like to call it a 3B funnel. These do not have to be actual funnels. Cool? We'll break this down tomorrow. This is more advanced. Cool? Everyone drop a yes in case anyone's overwhelmed. It's more advanced. All right, next big thing. They make tough choices. They saw that Starbucks was doing really well with their Frappuccinos. And they were like, we're not a coffee shop, but everyone comes here for breakfast. And then Starbucks started like offering their own food. So if Starbucks is offering food, people are going to go to Starbucks so that they can get their food and their coffee. So they're like, dun, 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 let's create our own, a McCafe. Okay. They innovate better than anyone. A McGriddle. I only have to laugh. Has anyone ever tried a McGriddle here? The pancake blueberry muffin McGriddle thing? I've never tried one. Are they good? They're so good. It's innovative, that's for sure. Isn't it? Like we're going to take pancakes and put syrup in the middle of the pancakes and eggs and sausage and cheese. And we don't know if it's going to work. But I want you guys to catch something real fast. Was this a risk? Was this a huge risk? Let's innovate. Let's try something new. Let's try something we haven't done before. Okay? They copy better than anyone. Now, in case you guys are like, Rachel, are you telling us to copy? No. But can you model? Yes. Write that word down, model. Model is an important word because you can get inspired by something and create your own version of it without anyone ever looking at the inspiration and saying, this must be inspired by that. Cool? Cool, cool, cool. You guys all have permission to model my videos. Go for it. Okay. Dairy Queen comes out with blizzards. Everyone loves them. So suddenly families are like, I'm going to just get dinner at Dairy Queen because the kids love the blizzards. I don't want to have to go to two places, right? Parents, we don't want to go to two places, right? My kids want dessert and they want dinner. Dang it, I'm gonna have to get Dairy Queen, etc. McDonald's says, I think not. So they create the McFlurry. All of a sudden, their customers can stay in one place to get dinner and a halfway decent dessert. Is a McFlurry as good as a Blizzard? I'm going to say no. Not even close. But it's good enough, right? Good enough to make you stay there. Pretty neat, right? Dun, 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 dun. That's like copy paste. They really said copy paste. We can model. They are always first. They were one of the first restaurants to open up the ability to pay with credit cards. One of the first fast food chains. When everyone else is like, we're going to do cash, they're like, no, we're just going to go for it. We're just going to go for it. Did you guys catch that? Action takers are money makers. Action takers are money makers. All right, let's go ahead and pull the slides down for a second. What are your takeaways from McDonald's versus Burger King? What are your takeaways? Model what's working, model better. Money loves speed. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not trying to invent the wheel. Branding. I love that so much. Okay. Beautiful. They are aware. They are fearless. So good. Okay, let's get a couple of powerful stats in here. You guys ready? You can screenshot if you'd like. Go ahead and share my slides. Why video? I'm going to drop 2 words. Ready for it? Parasocial relationship. Parasocial relationship. The parasocial relationship, I'll say it again because this is just such a cool phenomenon, is essentially the idea that even though our brains have evolved over time, our brains haven't quite gotten used to the idea that there are people talking to us through cameras. So when someone's talking to us, here, pull slides down just for a second. So like when I'm talking to you like this, it feels like it's me looking at you, right? Drop a yes. It's like one-on-one almost, even though it's completely leveraged. What happens is the same parts of our brain light up as if we were having coffee or lunch with a friend and having a conversation. So when I talk like this, it feels kind of weird, doesn't it? So I was thinking this weekend we could go to Goodwill and pick up a few sweaters. What do you think? Parasocial is just fantastic and we can all do it. Am I doing it now? Sure. We're all doing it. There's no way to not do it. So when you're looking into the camera and speaking directly to the camera, people's brains are lighting up and it's creating instant know, like, and trust. Totally breaking through the fourth wall. This is so meta, isn't it? To just like talk about it. This is part of the reason why people will be like, I feel like we could be friends. I feel like I could be friends with this and this celebrity. Right? Now, it's fun to break that down, but it is one of the single fastest ways that prospects will fall in love with you before they even get on a call. They'll be like, I watched all your videos and I'm having a little bit of a whoa moment meeting you. Yes, that does happen. Okay, let's keep on going. Anyone love that? Drop an aha, by the way, if that last week or this week, this was big for you. To realize how powerful that is. It's how you win before you even get on the call. My clients already know my personality, my values, how I hold myself, carry myself, talk, my energy, etc. Nothing is a shock when we get on a call, which is pretty cool. And that is not able to happen from trending music. Woo. Okay, let's get those slides up. All right. Screenshot these because we're going to move fast. 93% of brands got a new customer because of a video on social media. Beauty. 54% of social media users use social media to research before buying. That's straight up research. 84% of marketers say video has helped them generate quality leads. 71% of buyers are more likely, I think it's actually 74%, to purchase products and services based on social media. Holy moly. 60% of clients who make a purchase from a brand found out about them on social media. 29% of social media, apparently I can't spell the word users. 29% of social media viewers are more likely to make a purchase the same day as using social media. I actually saw a stat, and I'm going to recall it from my memory, that people who pinned a product on Pinterest, and I found this really interesting, were like 45% more likely to buy it within the next month, which I found fantastic. I'd have to double check that stat, so don't quote me on that one. 84% of people say they've been convinced to use a service by watching a brand's video online first. But yet the majority of freelancers are not using social media. Who did that change for in the last week? Who here got all in? Who here started? Who here's like, I'm not a part of that? This is your opportunity to stand out. Cool? Pretty cool. Now, we're going to go even deeper because I'm really excited about this. Let's pull this up one more time. And I'm pretty sure this is in the workbook. If it's not, my team will drop it. But this is the guide for creating video value on social media. And now you guys have 100 hooks. So posting 1 to 3 videos on social media per day, borrowing my belief in speaking with confidence, do not ask for the sale yet, repeat, 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 and use these. So it goes hook, value, call to action. Drop yes in the chat if this works, if it's simple, if it's doable, if you've tried it, if you're going to try it. Cool. Now, did you guys notice it's fast too? I like things that are fast. I'm a huge fan of fast. Just the other day, a company that actually didn't hire me, I will not say their name. They didn't hire me because what I shared was too simple. And they went and built an entire production studio, and they're pumping out like 10 to 20 like professionally filmed videos per day. And every video is getting like 20 views. That's fine. But based on where their company's at, it's not moving the needle. And I'm like, oh, they're missing the simplicity and the beauty of this. This is so doable. Seriously. Okay. Mary says, dude, I hit a 10K month for the first time ever. I swear joining Click was downright magical. I'm obsessed with you people. Now, what's cool about this, you guys, is Mary never worked more than 20 to 30 hours per week, because the way that I teach, everything is meant to be simple, faster than all the other systems. Cool with that, you guys? All right, we are almost all caught up. Do you guys want to know what we're going to dive into? A sustainable business. Who's excited? Isn't that beautiful? We're going to build a house. A sustainable business. We got a foundation. I almost want to put like the ground is mindset before all of this. So if you draw this out, feel free to draw mindset as like the ground. Without it, the house doesn't exist. Hey, awareness, marketing, lead gen, lead nurture, conversion, fulfillment, and delivery. Do you guys notice that the foundation is awareness and marketing? And that's part of the reason why we spent so much time talking about it and why it's so essential. Because I know a lot of people who build out the last 4 stages and then they never have anything to fill it with. Raise your hand if you've ever built a funnel and then had very little traffic to it. Yep. This is super normal. When you build awareness and marketing through video, you have an audience for anything you put out moving forward. Cool? I wouldn't do this, but if I suddenly wanted to talk about like my favorite hair conditioner, I could. It'd be super off brand at this point, but I could. All right. So Put a different way, it's a cycle. And it's beautiful. Visibility in social media, lead generation and nurture, sales and closing, delivery with excellence, retention, upsells, and referrals. Let's pull the slide down just for a second. Who here realizes that most freelancers only look at, did I get clients or not? Maybe even up until this point, you were like, did I get clients or not? What's my monthly revenue? That's it. It's actually kind of wild to think about, isn't it? Freelancers aren't thinking about their business like business owners. Actually, a lot of business owners aren't thinking about their business like business owners, if I'm being honest. But this is a beautiful way to systematically look at it. All right, we can put these slides back up. When you have intentional video and marketing in each step of this process, really cool things happen. For example, Carly says a client upsold herself this morning. Drop a ha in the chat if you want to see that kind of thing happen. It's pretty neat. It's a powerful process. Heck yes. And Lindley says 20K months, taking Fridays off. Wednesday win, June 2021 is the highest month ever. We surpassed 20K in revenue. Honestly, y'all, I wasn't sure if I'd ever see this. I just didn't see how it could happen without me adding courses or info products. How did it happen? Finding the right clients, charging them a reasonable price for my services, and delivering on those services. Hashtag do what Rachel says. And she retired her husband. Pretty neat, right? Drop a ha in the chat if that inspires you, because social media is your secret weapon. And it works for any freelancer, every specialty. Should we dive on into specialties? Because that's one of my favorite things. I kind of want to talk about that. Let's talk about specialties. Anyone wondering about that a little bit? Anyone say, Rachel, how do I niche down? What is this specialty thing you're talking about? Beautiful. Can you guys do me a favor first and go take action for 5 minutes? You can't be mad at me. This wouldn't be a boot camp if you didn't take action. Who's so excited? Heck yes. I don't want to be like every other training you've done, right? Or I've done, where we sit and learn and take notes, and then we have a notebook full of stuff we're never going to take action on. Go create a video. You guys ready for it? All right, I'll see you in 5 minutes. We're going to lock that energy in and then get started. Okay. All right. How did that go? You guys still here? Still excited? Who here took action? Was it inside your comfort zone or out? Christine's got a wig. Who here is loving the idea of doing things like in the middle of the day and just being like, let's just make it happen. Let's just get this done. Let's just real fast take action. Who here is realizing that you've taken probably bigger action than other workshops you've been at on the workshop? Pretty cool, right? Heck yes. Let's do this. Okay, do you guys want to nerd out on specialties? Because people ask all the time, should I niche down? I know you're probably like, what does that word mean? Niche. I say niche because I'm from Minnesota. Okay. I'm just going to tell you, you guys, niching down is a really great way to get stuck. Feel free to write this down. Niching down is a great way to get stuck. Okay? Niching, when you're looking for your niche, you're saying, this is who I am. And here are all of the things that I need you to be. Okay? It's about this person's usually demographics, industry, etc. But there's a way to actually supersede that. Cool? And I'll give it real fast. I'll give an example of a niche. For example, a social media manager for dentists. That's a niche. I only work with dentists. Okay. A specialty focuses on what you bring. Here's what I bring to anyone who is qualified. So one is more focused on you and your expertise, and the other is a limiting box. Put another way, and this is really interesting. So a specialty would be like, I am an Instagram strategist, and I can work with any industry. Side note, in case anyone says, well, when you niche down, you get really good at that industry. Well, that's great. But that means you have to learn 5 or 10 skill sets. You're essentially a generalist. I have to know Pinterest and YouTube and Instagram and email marketing and funnels and for this one industry. But specializing, that's your hook, that's your draw. I'm really, really good at this particular skill set, and I can apply it to any industry, and I know it inside and out. Okay. Now, why would you get stuck with niching down? Okay. When someone says, I'm going to work with dentists, I'm a social media, and I'm just using social media manager as an example. I'm a social media manager who works with dentists. So it's a great market. Are all dentists crushing it? Making bank? Able to afford high ticket pricing? I don't think so, which means you're only able to work with the 1% of dentists. So you and every other niche down social media manager are all fighting for the same 1% of that industry. Real fast, do you guys realize why that would be really, really difficult and you could get stuck easily? That's big, isn't it? But we're going to talk about what it means monetarily in just a moment, okay? But if you are an Instagram specialist and you can work with dentists and surgeons and coaches, you know one platform in and out, and now you've got hundreds of industries that you can work with the top 1% of, and you're not fighting with everyone else the same way. Cool? And you have a track record of results for that one particular specialty. Who here is loving this? Because this changed the game for me. Whenever I work with freelancers who are niching, I always hear the same problem again and again and again and again. And they'll say, I work with mom and baby brands, and I can't find anyone who's willing to pay what I'm worth. Well, that's because you have to get in with the 1%. Otherwise, you're fighting with everyone on the 1%, or you're left with the 99% that aren't crushing it, which is kind of wild. Let's go ahead and share the screen. Choosing a specialty is how you become the category king or queen or champion. Everyone says riches are in the niches. No, riches are in the specialty and dominating a category. For example, when people think TikTok, my name gets tagged. TikTok is my specialty. It's what gets me on the call with people. That doesn't mean it's the only thing I offer. Write that down. Your specialty isn't the only thing you offer. That's just the bait. That's just the hook. That's what gets people in the door. People come to me for growth on TikTok. I identify that they have a lead generation problem from organic social media. I'm going to come in and overhaul all of their organic social media. But of course, I might give them the offer for one package that deals with TikTok, but that's not really what they're wanting, because that's not actually the solution to their problem. So what is a specialty? A specialty is defined as a pursuit, area of study or skill to which someone has devoted much time and effort and in which they are an expert. Okay. A general practitioner versus a brain surgeon. Who here makes more money? Every single time. The brain surgeon. Now, if I said I was a general practitioner for women, would I make more or still not necessarily? Probably not too significant of a difference. The difference is when you specialize in your skill set, you can serve anyone with that skill set, and you get to decide who. You work less and you make more. Drop aha if this was big for you. Everyone's gotten quiet. Do you guys need coffee? I wish I had like a button where I could like hit it and all of a sudden there would be caffeine for everybody who wants it, that is. Cool. I'm really passionate about this. Now, here's why it's so big. Ready? You show up when people are searching on that particular specific topic. This is how you're able to rank with SEO, in case you're like, wait, we have to do SEO. Your YouTube videos will actually show up higher than blogs. But it's easier to rank when you're specializing. Yep, Michaela, that's perfect. Attracts more clients, positions you as an expert authority on subject matter, reduces competition, increases visibility. We won't even talk about SEO. We're so good. And it boosts your brand awareness. I've spoken on many, many stages. And do you guys want to know what the topic is 9 times out of 10? Any guesses? Any guesses? None of the above. TikTok. TikTok is what gets me onto stages. Isn't that nuts? Because people are looking for a specialty. They're not looking for general information. It's easier to get on stages. It's easier to get on podcasts. It's easier to be the name that people think of when they're looking to hire. It's easier to rank for your content. It's easier for your content to serve people with the right value versus if I'm just a general social media manager for like baby brands, suddenly I have to create a whole video on Pinterest and a video on YouTube and a video on this and a video on this, and nothing really gets that specific. And drop aha if this is a big one for you. Specializing allows you to create more systems and templates around the deliverables that you offer so that you can have higher profit margins, spend less on marketing, and show up for the specific searches they are searching for. Zero marketing budget for clients. Yeah, buddy. I don't focus on negativity. I'll just be super honest. Okay, I'm going to pull this down. Who here got an aha from that? Big aha, right? Anyone loving the idea of setting yourself up to being able to hire? Anyone loving the idea of not having to fight for the 1% with all the other people who niched down and just being able to be like, okay, this industry is currently saturated. I'm going to dip over to this one. It sounds good. Or even better, see who comes to me. Kind of neat, right? Okay. You guys ready to build this house? You ready for the $1 Million Freelancer Framework? Because we're going to start to dive in. I'm so excited about this, but everyone's gotten really chill. I know it's been a long couple of hours and chill is good, but I just want to make sure you're still here. You still paying attention? Do you need to stand up? Do 10 jumping jacks? No, we're good. Swing your arms, flap them a little bit. Beautiful. Just hungry. Okay. Let's dive on in. Let's dive on in. Awareness and marketing is your foundation for your business. Anyone who tells you to build everything else first before you start marketing, run. You want to actually start building the audience before you ever build anything else. Cool. You want to build the audience first, hands down. And you may ask yourself, how do I create a digital footprint? Like, how do I take up space, market online, gain exposure? Who here already knows the answer? Who here already has the framework? We're going to talk just a little bit about some of the psychology behind this because it's really fun. You guys cool with that? Video is absolutely probably 75% of that foundation, okay? Understanding why we do what we do and the type of person we want to serve, it can help us with our branding. Super important. Everyone talks about demographics, but I'm actually going to focus more on psychographics. So demographics are basically like the things that can divide us. Location, religion, ethnicity, race, etc. Okay. Instead, focus on the psychographics, meaning core values, morals, general attitude, motivators. So that's kind of how I like to think about my clients. Anyone want to share like the psychographics of your dream clients? Like they want to help people, right? I'll never forget one call I had with a prospective client. And I said, like, why do you want to build this business to your goals? And he said, I can't actually say one part of it because it'll identify who it is. He said, because I want to make a bleep ton of money. And I was like, cool. What else? And he's like, no, that's pretty much it. I basically want to fund a new wing in my daughter's future school so our name can be on it so that I can always be like, huh, look. And to me, that was just a pretty good indication that we had some big gaps in our psychographics. Helpful example, because you will run across those people a lot. Kind of neat. I love these, you guys. So psychographics, I think, are better for understanding who you want to attract. And ready for this? It will help you to feel better about being yourself on your video content. Because if I'm trying to find the flashy showboat, alpha top dog clients, they're probably not going to be attracted to the chill content in my style of delivering, right? I'm looking for family focused. I'm looking for people who don't put money first. I'm looking for people who enjoy what they do and love to serve. Yes? Anyone love this? Cool. All right. Our branding is our messaging and our values. And there are some ways that we can tap into more psychology of marketing to take this to a new level. Okay. But first, we have to define what exactly is marketing. The action or business of promoting and selling products or services, including market research and advertising. Remember, selling is part of marketing, not vice versa. Now, as freelancers, we market, attract to ourselves, our expertise, our resources, our connections, our overall vibe, the value that we give. Kind of neat, right? What is psychology? The scientific study of the human mind and its functions. Anyone nerd out on psychology? It's like one of my favorite topics to study, especially those affecting behavior in a given context, the mental characteristics or attitude of a person or group. Now, here's the beautiful part about this. As freelancers, we already have the experience trying to get inside the heads of our clients in a transactional capacity. Drop a yes if you've ever taken a discovery call. Drop a yes if you've ever connected one-on-one with someone. Drop a yes if you've ever delivered value and had a comment or two. Drop a yes if you've ever worked with clients. We already have a really good look inside clients' heads. Kind of cool to think about, right? Super neat. Okay, now how do marketing and psychology go together? Marketing and psychology go hand in hand. Getting inside the brain of a consumer, a client, and being aware of typical behaviors and traits allows you to target your marketing to them and to predict their buying trends and attract them to you. Feel free to screenshot this screen because it is powerful. Now, here's what's mind-blowing. How do marketing and psychology go together? Some of the top ad agencies in the world favor a psych degree over a marketing degree or even an MBA. Many top ad execs have a PsyD. Many ad agencies have a marketing psychologist for consultation. And Wharton School at UPenn offers a joint degree in marketing and psychology. Let's pull slides down for a second. Dang, this is pretty big, isn't it? What's really, really neat is you don't have to go crazy into psychology in order to understand that you already have observed human behavior. Isn't that kind of cool? You've already seen it on discovery calls. You've already been able to notice some of the behavior of your clients. Who here has already seen it? You can keep studying. It's always beneficial and helpful. But it's really fascinating to realize that you've already been observing human behavior of clients and potential clients. Who's getting that big aha right here, right? I think it's a pretty big one. Now, in case you're like, I'm not quite exactly sure if I've noticed it, let's go ahead and put this up. So Identity and profile. Sometimes profiling your customers or clients is like acting, getting into character, reflecting on a time when you may have been in a similar position and thinking about what you would do if you were them. By the way, this is how I create my best content, is by thinking, what would I want if I were hiring? What would I be searching for? What kind of content would I be binging? What kind of content would stop me in my tracks? Now, the hooks that we've given you guys and the plug and play prompts, those are already set up based on that, which is pretty neat. But we can also use past clients as models and dissect what we know about them and use those traits as starting platforms. So with each and every call that I take extensive notes, the whole call. I notice where apprehension lies. Okay. They seemed really nervous because they hired X, Y, and Z growth hacker. And this person left their account in this and this, state. So this would be a really good question to ask someone. Have you ever hired someone for marketing that, disappointed you or didn't live up to your expectations? Through doing this process, I noticed that many of my clients, they are lonely. And you guys can write this down. They are lonely. Many of my clients are directors of marketing and CMOs. And so they're kind of stuck in this middle ground, but you can take note of this because this is true with business owners too. They don't want to vent to their team. They also don't want to vent to their boss. They're just left to solve all the problems by themselves. So if I can start the call with opening a safe space for them to vent and just say, feel free to just vent to me. Like, tell me everything that's going on. I can put together a picture of what's going on, not to be shared. It's confidential. But then ultimately, I'm able to serve them better, but they feel seen and heard. Write this word down. It requires empathy. Caring about someone beyond just the sales call, caring about your prospective clients beyond just what that financially could mean for you. And it's a really beautiful thing. So you almost want to like put on their shoes and go for a walk in their shoes a little bit to understand exactly what it feels like. It's kind of cool. Now, there are other applications of psychology in marketing that are a little more subtle, but they're kind of fun. So anyone want to try some fun things with your videos? It's very chill. But there is the psychology of color. There's a color emotion guide. So yellow is like optimism, clarity, warmth. Orange is friendly, cheerful, confidence. Red is excitement, youthful, bold. Purple is creative, imaginative, wise. Blue is trust, dependable, strength. And green is peaceful, growth, health. Gray/white is balance, neutral, calm. Now, if you want to have some fun with your videos, and remember, this is frosting on top of the cake. Only use this if you're giving value, because this will not make or break your content. Cool? Everyone hear me loud and clear on that? You can test out what like different color outfits do for your content performance. The color of the text on your screen, the color of the background behind you. All of those things can make a huge difference, which is kind of wild. Just test them, see which ones you like. It's super fun, okay? Now, I've tested this quite a bit, and we've noticed that when the text on screen is white or blue, this is for me, and it's going to be different for everyone. When the text on screen is white or blue, it tends to perform better. Almost across the board. Pink only works if I'm not wearing pink, which is kind of interesting. Now, in case you're like, well, why do you wear pink? That's actually just because it's my favorite color. So I wear a lot of pink and my office is pink and all of that. But if I were to test things, my content performs better when I'm wearing blue. almost universally. I'm not always testing because sometimes I just want to wear clothes. But like if I'm like, okay, I want to give it a competitive edge, I may change the color of the text on the screen or pick my outfit based on what colors tend to kind of add that extra pop. I'm going to pull this down just for a second. Anyone love this? Kind of neat. This is not the foundation. This is just a little frosting on top, which I find very fascinating. Cool. All right, let's keep on going. There are other ways that you can apply psychology to the marketing of your business. Now, the first one I want to be really careful with, illusion of scarcity or FOMO, making you feel like the deal will disappear if you act now or be the first to know. Please don't use this unless it's real. Cool. Don't say 10 spots and then let 100 people in. Don't say this ends in 3 days and then instantly change your mind. People notice. Have real scarcity or FOMO, if that makes sense. This really does end in 48 hours and then it changes. I like to use this with my proposals. And I'll say, you know, these prices are good for 7 days or 14 days. I also at times have said, let me know by Friday and we can get you in this month. Otherwise, we'll have to wait till next month. Like those types of things can be really helpful because those are real and true. Word choice. You can add words into your emails and proposals and your discovery calls and your videos that make things more fun. Okay. So ready? I like using the word juicy. You probably noticed me use it. I love the word juicy. It always works. So I like juicy because it pulls people in. It's not something everyone else uses. It's a little weird. It kind of grabs attention, but it kind of describes what I'm trying to say. I used to say sexy. And then I realized it's so overused that I was like, shoot, I can't say that anymore. Like everybody's using sexy. So I use juicy and I think it's wonderfully fun. So you can have like delicious or, you know, don't use living your best life anymore, but use words that really have kind of a visceral response. Can you guys think of any? Don't just put moist in the chat because I know that one's a very visceral response. Please don't say your proposal and your packages are moist. Shay's like, got to plug my ears for that one. Okay. Delicious is a good one. What other words can you guys think? Absolutely. Yep. I use absolutely too. Dreamy. Oh, it's beautiful. Decadent. Phenomenal. These are so good. Aren't these fun? Creamy. Yes. That's hot. Thrilling, voluptuous, dreamy. So I like to add these into my verbiage with my clients because so many other people just deliver text. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Everyone else is like, I got to stay professional. I got to stay polished. And I'm like, look at this juicy bombshell proposal I've got for you. And they're like, yes. So kind of cool, right? Who's going to try this, by the way? Adding some words to just make it so fun. I would agree, Jan. I've noticed that living your best life is completely overused now, which makes me sad. I'll share one more thing. This one might sound a little creepy, but that's okay. So it's using a technique that's not on here, but it's called mirroring. And mirroring can be used for good or for bad. So what I like to do is if a client uses a specific word regularly on a call, it's really prevalent in their mind. So for one of my clients, she kept saying, I just want a blueprint. I just want a roadmap. I just want a roadmap. I want a blueprint. So I made sure that my proposal to her had blueprint and roadmap on there. Same exact thing. So I'm a big fan of just seeing like, okay, what is the verbiage that they are using to explain what they want? So I don't say package and they're like, but I wanted a roadmap. And I'm like, they're the same thing. So if you can use their words, they feel seen and heard. And they're like, dude, she offered me exactly what I had. Who's going to do this, by the way? Start writing down the words that your prospective clients are using. And if it's like over and over, I'll start tallying while I'm on the call. And I'm like, wow, they said this word 7 times. That must be really important to them. And I want to make sure that they feel seen and heard. When you're asking your clients about pain points, ask them for the specific pain points that they have. Drill down. Why is that? Why do you think that is? Keep drilling. Like, what does that look like? How does that show itself, day to day? What effect is that having on your business? And like, keep asking. You should almost sound like part detective, part a therapist. And so when you drill really deep, when I create my strategic roadmap and video to send to prospective clients, I straight up have their pain points in their own words in it. Pretty cool, right? Now, is this manipulative or is this caring and listening and sharing and actually slowing down and having empathy for their problems? Beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? Marketing and psychology paired together does not have to be manipulative. I can't say that word today. Manipulative. Okay. Let's go back to this. Now, this is a fun one. Aspirational images that project the cure to the pain of the consumer. So this is one I like to do a lot, especially for my clients. I want you to imagine what the end state that they have in mind is and what those emotions would feel like. When you start thinking about that, you can also use descriptive words to explain that. Are you pissed because you started a business and now you're responsible for everything and you thought you would be able to finally get a vacation, but now you're working? Yeah, let's get you that vacation. It's kind of cool. So think about that end result that they have in mind, okay? And then this is another one that's really helpful. You do not need a large amount of followers, shares, testimonials, etc. However, it never hurts. Drop an aha in the chat. This is helpful to know because when clients are trying to decide who they're going to hire, if someone has an overwhelming amount of social proof, even if it's just, they have 5 videos that all got a lot of comments or whatever, that helps. And you can use that social proof in discovery calls. Just 3 weeks ago, I was on a discovery call, and the day before I had a video that reached, I think it was close to 1 million views in like 24 hours. I actually brought that link to the discovery call, shared it with the team, and they were all blown away. Now, keep in mind, it doesn't have to have 1 million views. They might be impressed by 1,000 or 5,000 or 10,000. But the more you grow towards getting a large amount of followers, shares, and testimonials, in their minds, it starts to build up proof. But there's one word in this sentence that is key until you have that built. Ready for it? Testimonials. Drop it in the chat. Testimonials. Testimonials. Testimonials are absolutely key. Who here has ever worked with a client? I'll be giving you guys specific verbiage and scripts for asking for testimonials. Cool. As we get through the whole sales cycle. Because if you've ever worked with a client, you want to ask for a testimonial. the worst that they can say is no. That's not too bad, right? You got it. Other applications of psychology, and these ones, some of these will apply and some won't yet. Community. Creating a virtual community gives people the feeling of inclusion or of being an insider. One of the ways I like to do this is by responding to early comments on my content. And it changes the game because people feel like, oh my gosh, I'm a part of the community. It's a really cool experience. So build a community around you, even if it's just in the comments. I would not say build a Facebook group because that's a longer term reward, but not necessarily something you'd want to do early on if your goal is clients. Emotions, creating marketing that tugs emotionally, either a compelling story or a cure of pain. I had a client whose Instagram was shadow banned. No matter what he tried, X, Y, and Z, until we decided to try this system here. Anyone love this idea? Talking about the pain that your clients are experiencing and sharing a story of that cure. Okay, reciprocity is probably my favorite by far. When you give, clients feel connected. Reciprocity is a game changer. Yep, this is one worth screenshotting. Question for you. If you were going to hire between two hairstylists that pretty much seem the same, and one of them gave you a free sample of conditioner, which one would you be more likely to hire? Free sample. Free sample. Free sample. The one who gave you the sample. You got it. You got it. Beautiful. Reciprocity comes from giving value for free. Freebies, lead magnets, email nurture, podcasts, YouTube videos, all of the above. Who here's already done this in the last week? Yes, yes. Now, this one's fun because you can make it a goal. You can partner with people who have influence, not in your business, but just for something, whether it's creating a content piece. Interviews are a really great way to do this, to get the footage. You find other people in your community who have social power and partner up. Like it could be local business owners, politicians, if you want to go there, community personalities, or even people online who crush it. When you bring big people onto your platform, everyone else suddenly thinks that you're more important. Do I think it's silly? Yes. Does it still exist? Yes. Like when I got to interview Robert Greene, the author of 48 Laws of Power, suddenly people were like, what? Losing their minds. But it was pretty simple. I just made a video about his book and it did really well. And he was like, I'd love to be on your podcast. Kind of neat. I think it's one of my most popular podcast episodes we've ever had, which blows my mind. Okay. Question for you guys. Is everyone getting hungry? How are you doing? I just want to check in because if you get hungry, you're not gonna be able to pay attention. Hunger check. I think we should do a lunch. I was thinking because it was short today, we should be good. Here we can pull slides down. But my tummy is rumbling. 2-minute break. Can you guys eat in 2 minutes? Eat really fast, no choking. No, I'm just kidding. Should we go ahead and do 20 minutes to eat? Just because I feel like people are getting hungry. Seasoning my chicken right now. Let's do 20 minutes. Before we do that, what has been your biggest aha already so far today? Because there's been a lot and it's been a variety of topics. Go ahead and share in the chat and then we'll do 20 minutes for lunch. I can be myself. It's so good. Specializing, small hinges, moves big doors. How natural posting during the day feels. Yes. The client revenue breakdown. Trust yourself. Use carefully crafted words. Niching is the way to get stuck. Mirroring. Take action, not just classes. Amen to that. Testimonials. Build an audience first. Empathy. Words matter. Describe emotions. Specialty. I can film a good video in 5 minutes. Action takers are money makers. Be fearless. Parasocial. These are so good, you guys. Amazing. Yep. So good. So good. Yes. Beautiful. Riches are in the specialty. Amen to that. Specialty versus niche. So good. Okay, let's do 20 minutes on the clock, you guys. So we'll come back here 20 minutes from now. So my time, Central Time, it'll be 1:27. Cool? Go eat, use the restroom, answer emails, and I'll see you guys in 20 minutes. And then we're going to dive in and ramp up. I'll see you soon. Bye for now.
All right, everybody, welcome back from the maybe quickest lunch I've ever had anyone experience ever. If you can hear my voice, can you guys wave? Give me a little thumbs up action. You can see me. It's cool. Again, I'm Josh. I get to hang out with you guys. Say, you guys having a good time? Comment if you guys are good at time. If you're having a great time, say yes. All right. Say it's been delicious. What did you say, Rachel? Yummy? What's your... Yeah, that's just yummy. That's what I say. That's yummy. Guys, we're so excited to hang out with you guys today. Hopefully you're back from lunch. What did you guys have for lunch? Throw that out real quick. I had a quick little Chipotle. That's what I had. Just a little quick little Chipotle burrito with chicken. What else we got? Who else ate some food? Chicken all that's probably all. That's probably all. Okay. Burritos. Yep. Oh my gosh. Taco Bell. Tacos. This happens every time. There's always people that like 100 people have tacos. So smart, quick, easy, wonderful. Caesar salad, yes. Fried chicken, let's go, baby. Said something this way. Ramen made me get through college. I'll say that, 100% true. All right, as we're all tuning back in, I need y'all to do something for me. If you are willing, please turn on your cameras. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. As I mentioned before, I am a DJ. And so with that said, I had to bring this in here for just a little short while. Okay, it's not gonna be crazy, but I want you guys to get out of your comfort zone real fast. We're gonna have a little dance party for just like 20 seconds. Okay, if you need to stay seated, great, but this is your warm opportunity to like warm up, get ready to get back in. All right, and I want to dance with you, so let's just get a little warm for a second. We're gonna go wild for the drop. That's all we're gonna do, and then I'll get Rachel back up here. Okay, you guys ready? Can you guys do that with me? So stand up, get ready, have some fun, kick back. And when this thing drops, we're going to turn up. There we go. We got some dancers. I see you, Shay. I see you. Who else we got? Yeah, she going. She going. What else we got? Come on. Hey, Rach, you want to come dance with me? Should we have Rachel come and dance too? Just for the drop. Hey, here we go. Here we go. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, let's go. Yeah, we turn it up. Oh, okay. I'm tired. Hopefully that woke you up a little bit. We're going to keep diving in. We're going to ramp it up, right? We're going to go crazy. It's time to go wild. All right, y'all. Let's dive in. Let's go.
Can you guys see why he's always the hype person? He gets me hyped, that's for sure. All right, you guys, I'm so excited. We're going to have some fun. All right. Woo! How you doing? Good? You guys ready? Who here's like, I would rather pass away than dance on camera? That's okay too. All right, you guys. So let's dive on in. I'm going to share my slides with you because we are about to turn things up a little bit. So the $1 Million Freelancer Blueprint, this model, as I've shared with you guys, is big, right? This is a huge game changer, especially because so many people who are freelancers don't have a plan. The plan is just, I hope I get clients. Drop a yes if that was you before the last 2 weeks. Hope I get clients. Where do I get clients? And you just need clients, right? But a better question is, are you operating like a business? And we're going to be building out this house of exactly what you need in order to change from just acting like a solopreneur, a freelancer, into a full-on business. You guys cool with that? Because I'm excited about it. It's been a game changer. And it's not just a business. Are you ready for the key word here? It's machine. Write that word down. A machine. A machine. Okay. So some of the things we will dive into in just a couple moments here will be a little more advanced or intense. You guys cool with that? So even if it doesn't quite click yet, still take notes on it. Cool? Because I'm going to break it all down for you. All right. But before we do that, here are some of the specialties you can choose from. Anyone say, like, I was actually wondering if there was a list of these. So we've got a ton of specialties listed here. Now, these are really highly specialized. So we've got, virtual assistant, we've got YouTube advertising, we've got calendar manager, online course workbook creator, logo creator or logo designer, depending on what you want to call yourself, email strategist, Dream 100 manager. There are so many different specialties that you can pick from. You can go very, very specialized. That's one route. If you want to, you can go more the route. Everyone take a screenshot if you need this, because I don't want you to miss it. And this is too much to write down for sure. Your hand would cramp. And then there's another path that you can go as well, which is semi-specialized options. These work too. Social media manager. Social media manager is actually a subset for digital marketing, which is a subset for marketing. That's kind of wild to think about, isn't it? Content creator, assistant, designer, digital marketer is one. That's an interesting one because it's pretty darn generalized. OBM is online business manager. That's basically you make all the tech pieces work. That's your role. Advertising, lead generation, writer, copywriter, etc. Anyone like that we were able to break those down a little bit? Now, there are some really, really good markets for clients, and I just want to break down a couple of these. Okay. E-commerce, mass market, coaching, like coaches, course creators, public figures, small businesses, medium businesses, large businesses. Did you guys know that small businesses that earn up to $15 million per year qualify? When I found that out, I was like, what? So yes, you actually can work with small businesses, but not all small businesses are going to have a budget. I'm going to put an asterisk by this one, startups. You only want to work with funded startups. Okay? Take a note of that. Fully funded. And here's why. Startups will oftentimes, visionaries can be a little bit delusional in the best way possible. Drop a yes if you are a visionary, and at times you can be a little bit delusional. I'll drop a yes. What's really interesting is they can think that every single person wants to do their business for free and like buy in on the vision. But most startups are not going to be the next Apple. Does that make sense? Like everyone's like, oh, I'm like Steve Jobs. I can just convince everyone and I'll tell them they'll get a percentage of profit. I'm going to recommend that you don't ever work with someone on a profit or equity share. Cool? It very rarely works out. I would do that maybe if I was like 24 with no kids and no mortgage. Then the risk might be worth the reward, but it's still always isn't always. Okay. And then brick and mortar, of course. Cool. You guys like seeing that kind of broken down a little bit? Some of the really good markets that you can go into. These are some of my favorites. Now, this is kind of broken down in order of most likely least revenue to most revenue. Startup, solopreneurs, freelancers, business owners, fully funded startups and ventures, 7-figure businesses, 8-figure businesses, 9-figure businesses. Don't work for solopreneurs and freelancers. Write this one down. Most freelancers aren't operating as business owners. And here's why you don't necessarily want to work with them. They are the ones who will most likely lowball you. And it's nothing personal. It is because, who here knows exactly what I'm talking about? You're like, dang, Rachel, how did you know? Been there. The reason for that is when someone is still operating as a solopreneur or freelancer, what happens is all of the money that they bring into their business is most likely still going in to their personal account. They haven't gotten to the place where they've like built out profit versus loss. They haven't put payroll out. Like there's a lot that's missing. And so when you propose that your services are $2,000 a month or $4,000 a month, they're going to say, I can't do that, because they're imagining that that money is taking away from their kids and the food on their table, etc. I love solopreneurs. I love freelancers. I even like startups. Notice I switched to like, that was subconscious. But the truth is, most of them aren't going to have a real budget for your services, especially if you want to get into that track where you're starting to consistently generate decent revenue from your clients. Cool? Cool, cool, cool. This is from least qualified most of the time to most qualified. Cool? Okay. Now you got it. Let's dive on in. So We've got awareness and marketing, and you guys have this plus 100 more hooks, right? Drop a yes if you feel excited and good about awareness and marketing. We do not need to complicate that more. You guys cool with that? You can have fun with it. You can test color theory. You can try new words. But I even go back to the basics all the time. That's exactly what builds my business. So everyone on board with that? It could be TikTok. It can be IG Reels. It can be Facebook Reels. It could be YouTube Shorts. It could be full YouTube videos if you are comfortable with that. All right. So are we good on this? Beautiful. So our next question is, are you operating like a business? One of the big things I've noticed with solopreneurs, freelancers, and definitely startups is that they get into this mode of, I'm not going to invest into my business. That's part of the major reason why they don't make dream clients necessarily. Cool? Not for freelancing services. In order to build out your business, you're going to need to invest time, money, and energy to turn it into a machine. There's a difference between the content reel. It's kind of like it's a hamster wheel of content that can get you clients. But if at some point you want to step away for a weekend or a few days or a week, drop a yes if that's you in the chat. It's going to take some time, money, and energy. Okay. I'm here to tell you that that is why most freelancers never blossom into full business owners. A true business owner can step away from their business, not forever, but for at least a couple days. Okay. Now, here's some advice I'm going to give you. Don't ask advice from someone who hasn't built what you want. I've seen a lot of advice for freelancers on social media lately from people who have never built to six figures. And that's great. And that's awesome. But did you know that when a plane is taking off, if it's even off by 6 degrees, it can end up in a different state by the time it reaches its destination? That's a pretty big difference. So I'm a big fan of taking a look at proven models. You guys cool with that? Because I'm a huge fan of that. I don't want, even 1 degree. Yeah, that's such a good point, Kate. So I'm a big fan of taking a look at what works. And the truth is, we have to build machines that are setting us up for long-term success so we're not stuck on a 24/7 content hamster wheel. You guys cool with that? Now, while hiring freelancers is still a thriving option, side note for freelancers, the pandemic set us ahead by like 10 or 20 years. Did you guys kind of notice that? Suddenly everyone was open to remote, freelance, part-time, etc. It was wild. It set us ahead decades. It blew my mind. But buyers are increasingly looking to do more research and learning before hiring a freelancer. They want to binge you. They want to dive into everything that you've done, okay? They want to see that you have put an effort into building your social media presence and what comes after it. And what comes after it. Now, that foundation of the house is all you need in order to secure clients. But I'm willing to bet every single person here wants to turn this into a thriving business. Drop a yes if that's you. Cool? We're going to skip the next one. Sometimes I like to talk about it. Today, I don't. Your content is doing more selling for you than ever before. And it's not just the content online, or rather on social, okay? I shared a couple of examples here of the types of content that can work, but there are other ways to also convert people. You guys recognize that everything is a funnel, right? Creating videos is just attracting people into the top of your funnel, All right. So there are 3 examples of the types of content or messaging that you would want to share in order to take things to the next level. Feel free to screenshot this because this one's pretty big. We're going to actually dive into that next step if you guys are cool with it. But before we do, we're going to go ahead and dive into this. Go back to that slide. I already fast forwarded. There we go. Okay. Go ahead and show it one more time. Notice that the middle section would be a fantastic lead magnet. Feel free to write that down if you're already seeing where we're going with that. All right, so everybody understands that what we've learned in the accelerator is enough to build, but not to turn it into a machine, right? So it will get more advanced as we go. Just keep taking notes. All right. Let's go ahead. So I want to real fast showcase what this looks like in action. And one of them is going to take you to that next step, okay? So let's go ahead and share this. So this is Steph. She shared a nonprofit social media ad strategy, and it got 888 views. She went through a bunch of different niches and examples and just shared a strategy with a gorgeous hook, pulled people in. This is Eileen. Eileen shared exactly what she did for her non-invasive cosmetic surgery client. Notice this is a case study shared as a video, 163,000 views. Nola shared her own personal case study. Write that down for anyone who needs to do that. Her own personal case study. When you gain 8,000 followers in 4 weeks on Instagram, 13,000 views. Who needed to write that one down, by the way? Your own personal case study, because yes, that counts. Kathy actually shared about her business by design and reached 1,000 views, which I think is fantastic. Jessica, ready for this? Here's where I was saying this is going to tie into the next step. She shared about a guide that's a lead magnet, 3,300 views, and she generated tons of leads from it. Pretty cool. And Lizzie shared 10 copywriting tools she wished she had used earlier, 14.7 thousand views. So we added brick number 1, and now it's time for us to dive into number 2. You guys ready for it? Lead gen. Here's where we turn up. You are going to create funnels and freebies about pain points. And these can be simple. Funnels and freebies about pain points. Now, keep in mind, this is not necessary to secure clients. This is about creating a long-term plan and turning your business into a machine that has assets so it works even when you don't. Okay. Quick question for you guys. What do you think the pain points of your dream clients are? Drop them in the chat. Nope, not funnels for sales, not selling anything. They're low energy, getting clients, not enough time to do it all. Paying for college, how can I do this? Isolated, overwhelmed. Beautiful. This process is you getting into the brains of your clients, okay? Now, I'm sharing some examples, and these are specifically related to social, but you might get inspired by some of them. So pain points of some markets, they don't have enough time. They want to scale their business. They need a strategy. They need a system. There's a deadline approaching, AKA they're panicking. Vanity metrics and desire. They don't have enough of profit or fill in the blank with anything else. They need more clients, customers. They need an expert. They're tired of guessing. They're bored and need a challenge. They see others having success. They don't have expertise. A big one that I would love for every person to write down is that they're lonely. Because that is true across B2B and B2C. That is true across all markets. When someone has a problem, do you think that their immediate circle gets tired of hearing about it? Or they get tired of talking about it? Your market is lonely. And when you can be the person that listens and doesn't tell them to hurry up, it's a game changer for them. Okay? So you're going to want to screenshot this. This is one of my favorite things to do for content creation and also for lead magnets. Write down 3 questions related to your specialty. Write down 3 pain points related to your specialty. For each of those, then you're going to create 3 bullet points of value on top of those 3 questions and 3 bullet points of value on top of those 3 pain points. This could become 2 different lead magnets and a ton of content pieces. So in order to stand out in a world full of quick checklists, if you understand the questions that your clients have and the pain points that they're experiencing, what's really and truly just stressing them out, this is going to be a game changer. Who's getting this aha? It's a big one, right? Now, let's pull down the slide for just a second, okay? This is big. A lot of people think that their clients don't cry. Almost everyone does. Not everybody. Do successful business owners cry? Yes, I've seen them. Do big, strong men who are bodybuilders cry? Yes, I've seen them. So the question I always like to ask, and I teach this in depth for Click, it's a big, long masterclass, is why is your person crying? Why is your person crying? And if you start to kind of feel like when you're thinking about it and you feel it deep down, that's a good sign that you're on the right track. When I think about my clients, I think about the fact that they feel like they're letting everyone down, like they're never going to be good enough. They think that everyone else has it figured out. They must be defective or broken. And if I can understand that, I can serve them more deeply. Anyone love that idea of switching the entire modality from I'm going to convince them to work with me to no, I want to be the one that deeply, deeply understands them and cares and listens and offers solutions? It's a total game changer. I'm not trying to get my clients money. Isn't that a cool concept? Okay, who here says I can do this? Now, this is where specialties really come in handy because clients are going to pin it on a specialty. Nobody's going to say, what do I do when all my marketing's broken? I mean, very few will. That's a pretty self-aware place to be. They're going to say, my Instagram is broken. My metabolism is broken. My sleep cycle is broken, etc. My copy is broken. Because if they can find something to pin it on, they're on the start of a solution versus the overwhelming experience that there's a lot that's broken. Kind of cool to think about, right? So my clients come to me and they say, we want help with TikTok. We want to grow. We heard you're the best. I already know. There's way more to it. Okay. Can you guys still hear me okay? All good? Beautiful. So in order for us to go into lead magnets that really and truly set you apart in your specialty, real fast, can you guys share what your specialty is in the chat? And in case you're like, I can't pick one, just pick one. You can always change it. Just pick one. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Just in case anyone is stuck and can't pick a specialty, let's go ahead and share this. You'll want to screenshot this on your computer or on your phone. Here's how to establish your specialty. You can send this to a past client or to your friends. So it says, hey, first name, I'm really trying to help more people in areas that I am most helpful. I was hoping you may be able to help me hone in on what unique abilities that I have based upon our experience working together. It would be great if you wouldn't mind giving me about 6 minutes of your time answering these 3 questions. And then you ask these 3 questions. This can be really helpful. I'm going to give you one hint. Don't send this to mean people. Okay, only send this to people that you trust. This probably actually needs to be said. Don't trust your vision and your dreams with mean people. Don't trust it with the whole world if you're going to check the comments. Don't trust it with harsh people who don't have a track record of being supportive. Can you guys hear me loud and clear on that one? Think of your vision, your dreams, that end goal that you have as like a super fragile porcelain teapot. You wouldn't hand that to the clumsiest person you know. So don't hand it to the harsh people. Protect that baby. Unless you're super, super, super resilient and you don't mind gluing a few pieces back together. Okay, helpful for anyone? Kind of cool, right? Now, Desiree's specialty is SEO. And what's really cool is she was able to compile testimonials of people who have worked with her. She's actually worked with big names such as Jay Shetty and Tony Robbins and Dean Graziosi. What's beautiful about that is she really, truly honed in on her specialty, which is just SEO. She can provide other services, but this is her hook and it pulls people in. Drop aha if that's inspiring for you. Lloyd's specialty is YouTube ads. So it's really easy for him. And real fast, notice this, 75 and 110 views. Those are really qualified views. Do you guys notice what that question is? Should I be running YouTube ads in 2021? That is a juicy, 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 juicy piece of content that's going to be pulling in people who are considering running YouTube ads. So that's 110 very, very potentially qualified leads, which is exciting. Okay. Larissa is an intuitive numerologist, and she leaned into that instead of just being a spiritual coach or a spiritual guru, and really, really leaned into that intuitive numerology side of things. And every day she has videos popping off, with many videos reaching hundreds of thousands and even millions of views. Okay, so let's talk more about lead gen. Lead magnet in your specialty. These are so fun, by the way. These are so fun. Okay. It's a promotional tool and marketing tool that you give away in exchange for contact information. Just do email and name. Phone numbers. I'm just going to say I have a funny feeling about SMS marketing in the next couple of years. Anyone else feel that one with me? I don't think it's going to go so well. I don't think it's going to go so well. Okay. Here's an example of one. Grab Rachel Pedersen's TikTok starter pack for free. Now, I do mine a different way than many people do. So mine are 3Bs. Write that down. 3B. 3B. The reason for that, 3 is better than 1. Why not? So I just had this idea. What if instead of just giving 1 freebie, we gave 3? So every time someone opts in, they get way more value. Not only that, but our opt-in rates on these are like 60 to 80%, with a couple hitting at 90%. So the opt-in rate is insane. Cool. 3B. Here's another example. This one's just a onesie. It's how you become the go-to expert. Scoop up my 300 TikTok content ideas for free. Pretty neat, right? It's how you win before you arrive. You're pulling people into your marketing ecosystem. Do you guys remember my marketing ecosystem from the accelerator? The recipe I use for Facebook ads to maximize my profitability. And it's a pretty juicy bundle. But not only that, it's a way to instantly build your authority. If someone opts into your freebie or 3B, 3B, what happens is they're saying, I want to learn from this person. I want to hear what they have to say. This one's another 3B. Get the ultimate social media marketing bundle and find out the $1 million social media content strategy, the best social media platforms for your business, and the best times to post on social media. Now, the thing that is the most time consuming with building out a lead magnet is really and truly the funnel and the emails. So if you're going to build that out, you might as well add more value into your lead magnet, which is why I was like, let's do 3Bs. So people are really just like, holy moly, this is so good. Kind of cool, right? The benefits of crafting authority building lead magnets is number one, you establish instant credibility in your specialty. Number two, establish yourself as an expert. Number three, shows that you are the authority. 4, builds a professional reputation. 5, you get to spread your message about what makes you different. And 6, you get to build your business on land you own. Has anyone here ever heard of someone's social media platform disappearing? Or anyone know someone who's like, I lost my Instagram for 6 months? We've all heard about it. In fact, right after I gave birth to Dom, my Instagram was disabled. And then it was gone for months. And that was kind of scary, kind of freaky. It made me realize you've got to get people on your email list ultimately, because now you can control the communication to them, what they see, what they're exposed to, when you make offers. It's kind of neat. And you get to nurture your prospects, be seen as a thought leader in the industry. Far less than 1% of business owner population has lead magnets. Who here is like, wait a second, you mean to tell me this is how I jump into the 1%? Mm-hmm. And you'll have other benefits and publicity just for creating it. You guys want to hear something wild? I found out that one of the major publishing companies had opted in to one of my freebies. And that was actually what started the process of my book deal. So one major publishing company was on my email list. They responded to an email. They said, oh my gosh, we want to see your manuscript. I thought that was awesome. And then I got in talks with Hay House because now this company was together in this process. And it all happened because of these 3B bundles, which is pretty cool. All right. It is pretty simple. Promotional tool and marketing tool you give away in exchange for contact information. It's effective marketing that converts. If you do affiliate work, anyone do affiliate work here? You can get higher commissions in your nurturing process or throughout your freebies and 3Bs. It keeps you relevant and it establishes you as an authority. You're perceived as smarter, more competent, and more well-equipped. But not only that, pretty much everybody has free resources. Oprah, free resources. Brene Brown, free resources. Gary Vee, free resources. All across the board, everyone is creating free resources who is an industry leader. Okay, make sure to write these down. Who here needs a coffee break? Just kidding. Let's keep going. For a lead magnet to be effective, number one, it should be well organized. That means intro paragraph, point 1, point 2, point 3, if that's the type of lead magnet it is, an outro. Number 2, it has to have great information in it. 3, it has to be written in a way that's easy to read. 4, it has personality and you in it. And 5, you get to establish yourself as a leading authority. Before I share information in my 3B bundles, I always share, most of the time, I share a little letter that explains who I am, my expertise, and why I'm a go-to authority on this. I don't say it like that. I say it in like a really chill way. Here are some of my accomplishments. Here are a few of the things I've done, etc. Cool? Do you guys like that? Pretty neat. Pretty neat. Okay, let's pull this down for a second. Who here is realizing I need a lead magnet or 20? These are honestly so awesome because it's still never convincing. It's still never convincing. You're able to attract people and people are actually going to go to the links in your bio and sign up just because there's great value in it for free. Kind of neat, right? Let's keep on going. But first, let's do Success Breeds Success by sharing Brandon's story. Let's go ahead. Brandon says, so this week has been crazy. And Brandon is a website developer, designer and developer. I hired a part-time developer to help with my technical support. I've hired my mom to help me as a part-time assistant. Doing the onboarding this weekend, did an organization and automation overhaul on my business. Everything is ran through Asana. All requests are automated to be put in there so nothing falls through the cracks. I am at my first 15K month and on track to hit 20K. So yeah, it's been a busy start to the year. Drop aha in the chat if that's inspiring to you. Savannah says, signing contracts today for my biggest client yet, meaning since going in the click a month and a half ago, I've doubled my income. I'm signing another smaller account today as well. Had a referral from a referral and set a discovery appointment, and huge. I started with a client a few weeks ago and today delivered my first batch of content. She is an 8-figure earning business coach and I was super intimidated. We went over it today and she loved it. Drop an aha in the chat if Savannah inspires you. Okay, so last time I took a screenshot of my active campaign, we were at 195,000 total contacts. Today we are closer to like 260,000, which is kind of mind-blowing. It grows pretty quickly. But what else really has surprised me, and by the way, I started all this 8 years ago. So drop a yes in the chat if that reminds you, the only way to build a big email list is to start with lead magnets and just get them out there. It's kind of cool. And you guys have exactly what attracts people to the link in your bio, right? Okay. What's really neat is there have been some opportunities that blow my mind that have come from people joining my email list and just secretly watching. Did you guys know that the big industry leaders do that? I use ActiveCampaign. The big industry leaders hop on people's email lists and then read their emails to see what's going on. So this is actually the Harmon brothers. They wrote the campaigns behind Squatty Potty and all of that. And they have a podcast called Poop to Gold. And I was asked to be a part of it when they responded to one of my emails, which is pretty cool. Funnel Hacker Radio. Some of you guys have heard of ClickFunnels. I've actually worked with ClickFunnels, which is pretty fun. They responded to one of my emails and asked me to be here. And then one day, I thought it was a prank. Someone asked me if I wanted to be in a TEDx talk. And I said, yes, of course I would. But I didn't want to get excited because I was like, I wonder if this is one of my friends like pranking me. But they just responded to one of my emails and we looked back and they joined my email list through one of my 3B bundles. So see my content, join my email list. Do you want to be in a TEDx talk? And bam, or as they would say in life itself, blammo, here it is. Suddenly I'm in a TEDx talk. Okay, drop an aha if you're like seeing the importance of this. How would this change things for you? Because I have a really good feeling for many of you, this would be a total game changer, right? It's time. Beautiful. Now, none of my lead magnets started out as pretty. Write that down. None of my lead magnets started out as pretty. It is better that they're done than not. My first one had like clip art pictures and I used lobster claw font or whatever, that lobster one. You guys know which one I'm talking about, the really hideous one. Yep, I used that. Today, they're cute, but they didn't start that way. Cool? Everyone hear me loud and clear on that? Pull this for a second. They did not start really pretty. And still, not all of mine are pretty. Just created on Canva. Cool? This is totally accessible. I'm actually going to walk you guys through, I don't know if we'll get to it today or tomorrow, but step by step, exactly what that process looks like. Cool? Let's go for it. Let's do it. All right. So go ahead and share this slide. I want you guys to imagine what it would be like to gain dreamy leads who view you as an expert on autopilot. Question for you. Those of you who created videos, did the views stop just because you shut the app? Yes or no? Did the views keep going? Did they even snowball a little bit? So if in the link in your bio, you had 3B bundles or even just lead magnets, and people naturally are curious and go to the link in your bio and click on those, you mean to tell me that all of those videos can be producing traffic while you sleep and ultimately leads? Woo! You guys getting where I'm going with this? Game changer. Who here says this is going to change the game for me? Because all of the dots connected can be kind of frustrating, right? But it makes sense once you see it all laid out. So I want to share one thing that's important. And I actually learned this from Amy Porterfield. The energy of your business is directly tied to your email list. I love that quote. I think it's brilliant. And you guys, it is really true. It gives you an opportunity to stand out and do what everyone else is not doing. Less than 1% has email or has lead magnets. This is literally your opportunity to just go to that next level. Okay. So how much time would it take to create a lead magnet? It's a lot of little steps. You guys ready for all the steps? This is not something you necessarily do overnight unless this is not your first rodeo. Can I get 100 yeses in the chat? Do you guys hear me loud and clear on that? If you expect yourself to get it done overnight, that is not realistic for most people. Okay. Okay, cool. Realistic expectations are so helpful. All right. So number 1, choose your specialty. Be clear on that. You guys have already done that. Yes. Okay. Number 2, come up with the idea for the lead magnet. Come up with the idea for the lead magnet. 3, create a juicy title. But I mean, like, you do want it to be juicy. You want people to be like, curiosity kicks in. Here's just one quick example. What sounds more interesting to you? A, my hair routine. Or B, untold secrets from a hairstylist. Definitely B, right? So you see kind of that difference. It's like a hook. A hook makes your video. Pretty neat, right? Okay. 4, write the outline for your lead magnets. Do not create your lead magnets in Canva while you're also writing. I have lost big projects this way, and I'm saving you a ton of heartbreak with this, okay? Write it in a Google Doc. Always the best place, or Pages app if you want to use that. But I'm a huge fan of never, ever, ever creating or writing in the platform that I'm putting it into. Okay. So write your outline. 5, plan the value you want to give. Something that's really helpful for me is for each point, to add 3 to 5 points of value. So if it's like choosing, choose the right hashtags, I'm going to give like 5 points of value around choosing the right hashtags. And I'm going to go in depth and explain them. It's not just bullet point lists. Okay. Plan the value. Then you're going to step 6, expand on the value. So I like to bullet point it at first and then expand it. Anyone here into like AI copywriting? Whether it's Jasper, ChatGPT, etc. If you are, feel free to use that to expand the sections once you've already added the value. And then make sure to tweak it so it doesn't sound like a robot. Oh, do you guys want to hear something really random? Jasper has a Rachel Pedersen tone. So, because I have so much content online, it's read it all. And some people tried it, and someone, they were like, I'm going to do it for, Gay Pride Month. And so they did it, and it like wrote, oh my gosh, I'm so gay, I feel like I'm going to die. And they were like, that totally sounds like you, Rachel. So it is kind of creepy, but it's also really cool, isn't it? So, right, 3 to 10 pages of copy. Now, the reason 3 to 10, have you ever opened a lead magnet and you were just disappointed? It was 1 page and there wasn't like really anything great in it. Have you guys ever had that experience and it was just a total letdown? This happened for me recently as like a big YouTube expert was like, I've got this whole lead magnet. It's like a guide on how to do it. And basically it was 1 page that was like, post videos, film good, edit your videos well. I was like, oh, sad. It should have said for beginners. You know what I mean? So 3 to 10 pages of copy. Okay. 7, this is one of my favorites. Has anyone seen this in my lead magnets? I have a little love letter at the beginning, and it's different for some than others. Some of them have the same love letter, but it's like, hey guys, or hey fellow entrepreneur, my name is Rachel Pedersen, and I'm a Minnesota mom of 3. And I'm excited because I know that you're busy, I'm busy, and this is what I've discovered, etc. So it's just a little love letter. It's a point of connection. Christine has hers up. I love it. So a little love letter makes a big difference versus just going into the information. This is a chance for you to connect and build rapport. Like I might update mine and now that I'm a total animal freak and say like I'm a mom of 3 kids and 2 horses and a dog and soon to be a cat and a zoo. So kind of cool, right? Love letter, chance to connect. All of our energy picked up. Whoa, this is so fun. Okay. 8, write a call to action. I put calls to action at the end of every single one of my lead magnets. Now, that doesn't mean we've updated all of our old ones to have it, but you can literally add, if you want to learn more about working with me, here's the link to apply. Great opportunity to just fulfill it. Do I have the sample CTA? I might later, but I'm not sure. I think I do have it later. I did get the cat. Okay, let's keep going. 9, I could talk animals all day, but we're not going to. 9, design the lead magnet PDF with images. If you can't manage making images look professional, don't stress it. Cool? But Canva makes it so easy, you guys. So easy. They have lead magnet designs ready for us that you just plug your content into. It is so easy. I'm grateful for that because I'm the world's worst designer. Just being honest. My team gets annoyed when I design anything because they all say it's hideous and I can't tell the difference. Okay. 10. This one's optional, but create a mock-up of the lead magnet. You can do these in Canva too. I really like having a mock-up of the lead magnet, even if it's just like a one page. And I really like this on my funnel. So I like to create it in Canva because then it gives people a visual representation of what they're getting. Just like, I don't know if I can go that far back, but you guys saw the mock-ups before, right? Okay. 11, build the two-step funnel. This can be simple, just 2 steps. You don't have to do 11 steps. It's an opt-in. And then you have a choice here. You can do a thank you page, or you can add an application to work with you. Who just got that big aha? Because that one's a good one. It's pretty powerful. I think for some of you, it'll be that 100K because this is a huge one. You can put this, an application to work with you, as the second step of every lead magnet. So it's opt-in, and then thank you page or application to work with you. Okay. Step 12. You're going to write the funnel copy. Usually it is a headline and 1 to 3 bullet points. You don't have to overcomplicate it. In fact, I discovered that one of our top lead generating funnels of all time, it's my most ugly one because I made it. But it had like a 90% opt-in rate, and it was the most basic copy you've ever seen in your life. There was no design on the funnel. It was so boring, but yet it worked really well. So just a headline. And then I think that one might have just had a sub headline or the 3 points of what was in the bundle. Cool. Okay. 13. If you want to design the funnel images, you don't need images on your funnel, but you can if you want. Who here gets fancy? Then this is where you can feel free to let your fancy flag fly. I use ClickFunnels 1.0 and ActiveCampaign. And then I use a couple of other tools for some other stuff in similar domains, which is kind of funny. Okay. Step 14. You're going to write a 7 email nurturing sequence. This isn't essential. You can just deliver the lead magnet, but if you're going to get the lead, you might as well nurture them, right? Tell them a story, deliver more value, point them to your YouTube videos, share case studies, break down exactly what it is that you do. Kind of cool. 15, inside of your email software, you're going to create the actual list. Usually you name these lists like 3B bundle, sleep specialists. Yep. Okay. 16, put email nurturing sequence into the automation in your email software. "17, integrate the email automations to the funnel. 18, integrate all tech for the funnel. There's not usually a lot that needs to be integrated, but it can be integrated, like the pixel. If you have a pixel, if you have any widgets or software that you use that on top of it. If you don't stress it. "19, optimize the funnel for mobile phones. Certain funnel software do this automatically, but not all. Sometimes it'll just need a couple of tweaks on mobile. "20, test the funnel on desktop and on mobile phone. Use 2 different emails. "21, check your inbox on both of those emails for the delivery of the lead magnet. And you want to make sure you actually got it. This is super important. And those are the steps from start to finish. How you guys doing? That was a lot, wasn't it? I don't know about you, but I always wanted someone to spell it all out to me. Always. Nope, I learned all of it the hard way, which takes a lot more trial and error than that. How are you guys doing? Because we flew through this. Pretty cool, right? Anyone love knowing exactly what steps it takes and having an actual system and process? Do you guys realize that that's what that just was? I just walked you through our entire system and process. Now, as your business builds, you guys ready for this? You will be able to hire people to take over different sections of that entire process. Do you guys want to hear my part in it now? Now, when it's time, I do write the email automations because I like writing those. And then I write the actual lead magnet and send it to the team. And then magically one day I wake up and it's all done. Whoa, right? Okay. Do you guys see real fast why it's so important to have systems in place and processes to turn things into machines? So just by having those 21 steps lined out, you put those into a Google Doc and suddenly you have an SOP, standard operating procedure, for creating lead magnets. Now, of course, that doesn't break down each and every subsection of it, but at least now you have a checklist of all the steps for each one. Pretty neat, right? How you guys feeling? How you feeling? That would be pretty similar to a paid one minus a lot of integrations. Yeah, and you would probably want a little more copy on the actual funnel itself. Whew. Neat, right? Okay, real fast. If you feel overwhelmed, don't stress. Can we dive in a little further? And if we call it early today, I'm cool with that. Are you guys cool with that too? Because we went through a lot. I like systems because it means that anytime I write an SOP or a system, I think my future me is going to thank past me for this. So then when I get to the day where I actually can outsource something to a team member, future me will actually be like, thanks, past me. Do you know what I mean? I love that thinking. Okay. So let's go ahead and take a peek at a couple more things. And then tomorrow is going to go into different topics. You guys cool with that? We'll keep building out this entire house. Even if you're overwhelmed, just write everything down. It will make more sense down the road. But I'll just tell you, I haven't really seen that entire list and process out there. Not in depth the way that I needed it. So I was like, I'll just write it the way that I needed it, if that makes sense. Okay. How you'll succeed growing your email list. It establishes you as the leading, insert whatever it is that is your specialty. It can help launch your career, believe it or not. You can share guided information like how to choose your freelancer, how to choose your consultant, how to choose your strategist, how to choose your coach. It focuses on social media or whatever it is that you offer. You get to tell clients what to look for in freelancers. Isn't that kind of neat? So for example, I could share red flags for social media strategists. Here's a list of 10 red flags when you're hiring a social media strategist. You can share how your area of expertise can have a positive impact for your growth. And you can set it up so that it's plug and play. Meaning you don't have to redo this wheel every time. Once you create a funnel, you can reuse that funnel with a few tweaks again. Once you create the lead magnet, you can reuse that lead magnet with a few tweaks again. Once you create your email sequence, you can reuse that with a few tweaks. Anyone love that? Now, I do want to share this because this is big. Some of you might be thinking this just works for you, Rachel. It can't work for me. I don't have enough experience. I don't have the time. I don't know what to say. I'm not good at writing or tech. I can't afford to hire a team to do this for me. And so I want to highlight Kelly, because Kelly actually started her email list at a workshop where I made her do all this live in person on the spot. She was very mad at me, but I'm just going to read her post. I started my email list last year while at Cheat Codes Live 3. We were tasked with researching and creating a new lead magnet during that event and launching our list. This is Kelly's third event. Yes. I put out my very first freebie that weekend and grew my list to 28 people. In January, I had somehow grown to 145 people. For a few months, I lost focus on growing my list, mainly because Facebook killed my business manager and I could no longer advertise. Once I got through the wallowing and self-pity, I turned to Teresa, who helped me generate leads through Pinterest ads instead. Slowly and steadily throughout the summer, my list grew and I just passed 1,000 email subscribers. So why do I say this? Because it took over a year. I remember when I hit publish on that first lead magnet, I joked about having only 28 people on my list. I remember thinking no one is going to want to join my list, let alone stay on it. I remember thinking how far away I was from creating more lead magnets and a product suite. I now have 7 lead magnets and 4 products I can sell actively. It doesn't happen overnight, but it does happen when you put in consistent work. If there's one thing I've learned over the last year is that if you consistently show up, consistently make the effort, the compounding effect will always show itself. Be consistent in whatever it is you're doing. Okay, let's go ahead and pull this down. Who here needed to hear that today? Because Kelly didn't have a team and I just was like, no, you're just going to do it. And she's like, you've got to be kidding me right now. And I was like, no, I'm absolutely not kidding you. We're just going to do it. So she did it. And none of it was perfect, but then it was done. And that's a pretty cool thing. So even if you're sitting here staring at me like, Rachel, I'm a little bit mad at you for what you just walked us through. I'm a lot a bit annoyed. I'm going to share one thing that will be really helpful for you. Okay. When overwhelm hits, drop a yes if you're feeling it. Anybody? Couple people? Okay. This will be perfectly timely. And this is one of my favorite lessons inside of Click. We go in depth into this. When overwhelm hits, you've got to unpack it. You've got to unpack it because all of that is rattling through your head and then you're not gonna be able to sleep and you're not going to be, you know what I mean? So I want you to sit down for a couple of minutes and just write down everything that you're thinking about. All of it. Just brain dump it. All of it. And just the process of getting it out of your head will be super, super helpful. You can write down what you're inspired to do. You can write down the things that are the most important for you to take action on right now. You can write down, you can even write down your worries. This is a really helpful process. So you got to unpack that overwhelm so that you can sleep tonight. Cool? All right. Who here says this is a pretty good day? Pretty awesome. Who here feels like this is the start of something big for them? I feel it. I see it. And you're such a fun group. This is amazing. So many people on camera and such beautiful faces. Okay. You guys ready for an amazing day 2 tomorrow? We'll keep going on into it. We'll keep breaking down the entire. One more thing I want to share. Everything I'm sharing is the $1 Million Freelancer Blueprint. So in case you're like, this is not where I'm at yet. Well, yeah, it's the $1 Million Freelancer Blueprint. So that's okay. That's okay. One brick at a time. All right. I'll catch you guys later. I'll see you tomorrow. Feel free to drop your ahas in the Facebook group too. We'll approve those. Cool. I'll see you guys later. Bye, everyone.